When is that ever going to
Exactly. Good morning, and welcome to, we got a little feedback there from somewhere.
So just, if you're part of the protocol item this morning, if you wouldn't mind keeping your microphone muted. Thank you so much.
All right. So we'll roll call in just a minute here to get started. Sorry, I've just got to pull something else up on my third screen here. Bear with me. What I wanted to have before me is the full and long form land acknowledgement that is in the Indigenous framework that we'll be discussing today. And so I'll start today's council meeting by recognizing that the City of Edmonton acknowledges the traditional land on which we reside today is in Treaty 6 territory. And we would like to thank the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Nehiyaw, the Cree, the Dene, the Anishinaabe, or Saulteaux, the Nakota Iska, or Nakota Sioux, and the Niitsitapi, or Blackfoot peoples. And we also acknowledge that this is the Métis homeland and home of one of the largest communities of Inuit south of the 60th parallel. It's also a welcoming place for all people who come from around the world to share Edmonton as a home. And together we call upon our collective honored traditions and spirits to work in building a great city for today and for future generations. I'll now roll call to establish attendance from members of council, starting today with Councillor Paquette, who had let me know that he has a medical appointment this morning, so he'll be joining us when he can. Councillor Walters.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. Councillor Banga.
That's who you call.
Satsuriakol. Councillor Carmel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Katarina.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Zadig.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Essinger.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Henderson.
Yep, I'm here.
Hello. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor McKean.
Tansei, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. And Tansei, Councillor McKean. Councillor Nickel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so that's enough to get started. Welcome, everyone. The agenda before us with one addition of 9.4 coming up from Executive Committee. Could Councillor Essinger, if you could move the agenda with that addition?
Yes, I'm happy to move today's agenda for the February 22nd, 2021 meeting with the addition of item 9.4, verbal report intergovernmental.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions on the agenda? Not seeing any. Please vote.
With apologies, I'm a yes.
Never apologize for voting yes. Or no. Never apologize for voting.
Sorry, I'll vote yes. Sorry, I wasn't set up in the right meeting yet.
Okay. I'm a yes as well. I guess I'm not in the right meeting either. Thank you. Display the vote. Oh, there it is. And the agenda is carried unanimously among those present. The minutes from February 8 and 9, Councillor Knack.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move the adoption of the minutes from the February 8th, 2021 City Council meeting and the February 9th.
Sorry, the February 9th council meeting as well?
Yes, sorry, my speaker cut out. My apologies. And the February 9th meeting. Thank you.
I think the internet's a little chippy this morning. Okay. I was having trouble on a couple of other calls already today, so Anywho, I think we all know what we're deciding on here. Please vote on the minutes.
Is there a seconder, Mr. Mayor? I'm sorry.
I'll second.
Councillor Henderson is the seconder. Thank you.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried. All right. Next up are the protocol items, and we have a few thematically linked ones. But first, of course, we must always welcome City Hall School if we're fortunate enough to be joined by one, even virtually. And so today we have the grade 3 students from Richard Secord School with their teacher, Rafaela Reyes, and they're here for City Hall School this week, or at least for today anyway. So welcome to the students of Richard Secord. Glad to have you here. And next up, I've got one, then Councillor McKean's got one, and then I've got another one. So as we approach the 1-year anniversary of the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, the full effects on our city are still just becoming known. And over the last year, we've navigated some incredibly challenging waters as public health guidelines have transformed the way that we all work, live, shop, and get around. And one need not look farther than this morning's meeting, along with the changes to our physical meeting space, as well as our largely online audience here, to begin to see the impact of the pandemic on everyone's day-to-day lives. Unfortunately, though, this pandemic has disproportionately affected some members of our community, with issues of food security, access to technology, and unemployment. Thankfully, though, there are many leaders in our community who are working to address these challenges, and I'd like to take a few moments to acknowledge and thank a few of them for their efforts this morning. The United Way of the Alberta Capital Region has a long history of supporting our community. In fact, 2021 happens to be United Way's 80th anniversary here in our region. And since 2012, the City of Edmonton has supported United Way as our corporate charity of choice. Through our annual workplace charitable campaign, we've encouraged city employees to give where they live, helping to build stronger communities and ensure that no Edmontonian is left behind. And this is a cause that I'm personally very passionate about, and I know I'm not alone. In fact, our new city manager, Andre Corbould, has worked with United Way of the Alberta Capital Region on a volunteer basis as cabinet chair over the past 2 years, a role in which last year he served alongside my wife Sarah, and that's actually part of how I got to know Andre before this. And together, along with a really extraordinary group of volunteers and support from the United Way and the benefiting agencies, they've all worked together to help, in alignment with the city's work on ending poverty, to build pathways out of poverty in our region. So I'm extremely proud to say that United Way has been leading the way in responding to emerging needs resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. And this morning, we're also joined by Rob Yeager, President and CEO of United Way of the Alberta Capital Region, as well as Sheldon Smart, Sheila Pittman, and Jamie Dempsey, members of the United Way Strategic Partnerships team. And of course, they're the City of Edmonton's United Way Steering Committee, working committee members, and countless other United Way staff members who are tuned in right now from across our city to celebrate our partners. Together, these teams are leading collaborative, community-wide efforts to help Edmontonians overcome the challenges brought about by this pandemic. And United Way is specifically directing funding to 2 phases of support. First, the emergency response, which seeks to remove barriers to education, including access to technology, address basic needs such as food security, hygiene, and baby supplies, as well as providing bridge funding to help people pay their bills. Then, as we begin to move beyond these urgent and critical needs in the midst of this crisis, recovery supports will focus on supporting the well-being of Edmontonians as we emerge from the pandemic. And thanks to the combined support from our federal and provincial governments, dozens of corporations, foundations, and hundreds of individual donors, our United Way has been able to distribute $6.5 million from our COVID Relief Fund into the Alberta Capital Region. These funds have been invested in more than 120 programs and services, with 40% going to existing funded partners and 60% to new organizations to help fill gaps in the funding. By investing in a full spectrum of programs ranging from food security and emergency housing supports to mental health programming, which is only going to become more important as this drags on, United Way is making a difference in the lives of thousands of our fellow Edmontonians. It really is truly remarkable work. And we know that the full effects of the pandemic will have far-reaching and lasting impacts that will require long-term supports to be put in place. And it will take an incredible and collective effort to respond to these community needs on the long road ahead. And so I want to thank Rob and Andre and their teams, and Katrin, who leads the effort here at the City of Edmonton's campaign, all of you, for your efforts to date to help get us through the challenges of the past 12 months, and for your continued hard work to guide our community into a healthy, sustainable recovery. So thanks to these efforts, we will emerge from this as a stronger and more connected and more compassionate city. And so please join me in giving a round of applause to all of the folks, through Andre and through Rob, to the team at the United Way and here at the city working with them. Thank you. Rob, did you want to say hello?
Yeah, thank you. What an incredible honor. It's just so great to have partners like the city in amongst the thousands of community members and organizations that step up on a day-to-day basis to help our community. So on behalf of that grateful community, I just want to say thank you.
Oh, thanks, Rob. I was talking to Mark Wiseman, the new chair at the AIMCO board, who's become a huge fan of yours and the work that you're doing, and it's not well known, but he's donating his entire compensation as chair of the board to the United Way to support the work in this region, as hard hit as we've been. So you have many friends and allies out there, Rob, including myself and I'm sure many members of our council. So thank you all and good work. Next up, I have Councillor, or did you want to say something, Andre? Okay, you shifted in a way that made it look like maybe you had something to add, but because I know you've been just dogged in this as well, which I really admire. So now I'm going to go to Councillor McKeon for the next protocol item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is a privilege, a real honor this morning to introduce everyone to Father James Jim Holland. Father Jim, a long-standing member of our Macaulay community, who is joined here this morning with longtime friend and former colleague Maureen Duguay, who is principal of St. Michael's School, sharing the parish church, the families and the children, this dynamic duo of sourcing grant funds for the community. He's also joined by old friend from the parish, Dennis Pryor, who helped with repairs to the church by sending some convicted of a crime who couldn't pay the fine to work off their debt. And Wanda Rose Stewart, another lifelong friend, is here from Georgia. Father Jim actually began life as a Southern Baptist, living on a farm in Wayne County, North Carolina. And like many events in his life, things just happened when they were supposed to. In a parish also called Sacred Heart in Atlanta, Georgia, Jim found his spiritual home as a young man and began his training to become a Catholic. It was under Father John Mulroy, a priest who had been involved in desegregation efforts and marched with Martin Luther King Jr. It was here his work was all about championing civil rights and advocating for the poor. Fast forward through the years of moving to Canada, then to the North, developing deep friendships with Indigenous people and learning to knit, we find Jim at the age of 52 being ordained as a priest at Lac St. Anne by Archbishop Joseph McNeil in July 1995. And 2 months later, in September, he was assigned to Sacred Heart Church in Macaulay. He remained there for 22 years, building and connecting the community in ways nobody thought possible. And he was busy. A typical year would see Jim conduct 300 baptisms, 100 funerals, and 80 weddings. Father Jim is an anomaly of sorts. He firmly believes that people are the church, and throughout his career was never afraid to question existing practices and challenge petty rule keeping. He was a bit of a rebel, like the founder of Christianity. Through his day-to-day service to the people of the community, Jim is a living symbol of inclusiveness, reconciliation, and renewal. His courageous attitude made him a favorite among his parishioners. Father Jim has dedicated his career to supporting those who are struggling and opened the church to support social justice-related activities and to serve on many Edmonton boards. For his work, he was awarded the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal in 2002, the Capital Region Integrity Award in 2007, and the Alberta Order of Excellence in 2017. And in 2021, he received the Governor General's Award. Recently, 108A Avenue, near the church, was renamed Father Jim Holland Way to honor his positive contribution to the neighborhood. He was also gifted with an eagle feather headdress by a Kenai elder for the Blood Reserve in southern Alberta in the basement of Sacred Heart. This honor was bestowed upon him due to his incredible work with our Indigenous community. He understood the connection the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people had with the Creator and invited elders to minister alongside him, whether during Mass or funeral services. His philosophy is community is church. It isn't just inside a building, it is out on the streets. And everyone, absolutely everyone he interacted with and ministered to was equal. A recent quote from Father Jim on his philosophy of life is worth repeating. Quote, I think the greatest sin in our life is if we don't dare to live to our fullest and become who we really are, who we were meant to be, who we can be. I dared to live, said Father Jim. And I suspect this is where I need to hand it over to Father Jim for a few words from him. Father Jim?
Hello. Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. Well, just to let you know that I agree with you. And thanks for honoring me. It's a great pleasure. I would also like to say that I do respect the institutional church. It has its place. It has its purpose. I hope that Pope Francis will live another 100 years. He's just given women the right to sit on the Senate, and their votes count. And you are correct. I believe that the community is the church, especially in the Boyd McCauley Health area, because we have people from every kind of nation, every kind of background, and we have to welcome them in the doors. I'm sure that while I was there for 22 years, there were many people who came and they were not Catholic. And that's great, because they came because they knew that they were welcome and accepted as human beings. And that's something that's lacking in our society today, I believe. A friend of mine has helped us from the very beginning. We never went to the archdiocese with the bishop or to the oblates asking money to restore the church. We put a $150,000 roof on the church and the rectory. We had to do some drainage in between the church. We decided to put an elevator in at the time, which cost us over $450,000. But that came from the people in the community. It did not come from the church or the institutional church. And grant you, we did work a few casinos. Thank goodness for casinos. But it's a great place, and I'm semi-retired now. I'm working with the Sisters of Providence at Anawim on 95th Street. I still see a lot of my cousins and a lot of my friends. And so it's a great way to semi-retire. But it has been a lifetime experience. And this has added to it, and I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Father Jim, on behalf of City Council and the people of Edmonton, whether they are of the faith or without faith. I want to thank you for your dedication and compassion, your tireless work to uplift the underprivileged that you've shown throughout the years, and I wish you nothing but the best in the future. So thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
They remember, dare to live.
Thank you.
You bet.
Yes, a round of applause, please.
Well, thank you, Councillor McKean, and thank you, Father Jim, and to everyone who stands with him in the extraordinary work that he does in our community. Thank you. It's inspiring, and I didn't know I needed it this morning, but I did. So let me see if I can add one more that'll warm your hearts too. So, last but not least here. This morning's council recognition items all center on the theme of compassion and caring, values that run deep for Edmontonians. I think for all human beings, but especially I know they run deep in this community. If there's one thing we're known for, it's our ability to come together and support one another, especially in times of need. And over the last year, we've seen some amazing examples of this community spirit. In particular, the collaboration we've seen between the city and our partner agencies to serve the city's most vulnerable residents during the time of this pandemic is unlike anything I think we've seen or accomplished before for this kind of duration at this kind of scale. This morning, we're joined by representatives from several of our community partners, so please join me in welcoming, and hold your applause till I've introduced them all. Chanel Twan from Boyle Street Community Services, Susan McGee from Homeward Trust, Gary St. Amand from Bissell Centre, Dean Krupiewicz from the Mustard Seed, Cheryl Whiskey Jack from Bent Arrow Traditional Healing Society, Bruce Reith from Hope Mission, Murray Soroka from Jasper Place Wellness Centre, Jan Fox from Reach Edmonton, Salwa Kadri from the Canadian Islamic Centre, and Cecilia Blasetti, who recently retired from Boyle Macaulay Health Services. How can they survive without Cecilia? But not before playing herself a critical role in the efforts of the last year. These individuals, along with the scores of staff and volunteers from each of their agencies, as well as hundreds of staff from the city and from Explore Edmonton at the Convention Centre, have demonstrated a remarkable commitment to helping Edmontonians in need through this pandemic. As public health measures called for increased distancing and public spaces were closed, many Edmontonians experiencing homelessness were left with no place to go. As the impacts of COVID-19 became clear, the City of Edmonton, in collaboration with Community and Social Services, Alberta Health Services, and our community partners, opened the Expo Centre for individuals experiencing homelessness. At Expo, they were provided a safe space for vulnerable people to practice physical distancing and to self-isolate if they needed to. But it also connected people to mental health supports, to treatment, and resources to help navigate the pathway to permanent and affordable housing. In fact, between March 23rd and July 31st of this year, 170 people who accessed Expo services got housed. And even more are now on a path to housing as a result of the remarkable support provided by on-site housing workers. In addition to operations at the Expo Centre, there were also an impressive collaborative set of efforts undertaken to get TP Nawao, the temporary accommodation space at the Edmonton Convention Centre, opened in time for colder winter months. And I know Cheryl Whiskey Jack will correct my pronunciation, but TP Nawao translates to sheltered from the elements. And we're grateful for the gift of the name. So as the cold weather continued particularly, so did our collaboration. On February 4th of this year, the city activated its extreme weather response, and along with our partners, we provided transportation, essential services, security, and shelter to offer hundreds of Edmontonians safe, clean, warm, and secure places to stay every night. At all times during this activation, there was still room in the shelter system for everyone who sought to access it. These emergency services and housing supports, well, I will just pause there to say I'm not sure that would have been the case without the 350 places provided at TP Noel. And so thanks again, especially to the work. I'm sure it saved lives. These emergency services and housing supports have all been of vital importance in keeping Edmontonians safe and healthy as we work to end homelessness. And so now, before I ask for recognition for all of the folks on this call and the work that they've been done, there are two more names I'd like to add to the list of advocates and community partners who are helping to make Edmonton a more caring and compassionate city. Councillors McKean and Walters, your continued work as champions of our affordable housing initiative has made a phenomenal difference in the lives of thousands of Edmontonians to date, and hopefully thousands more to come. So thank you to you for your leadership as well, councillors, and all members of this council for your determination to solve these challenges and include people fully in community life. Our combined efforts at TP Noel, I was there this weekend, I understand more than 4,000 unique individuals have been served in the day programs and had the opportunity to access whatever they needed, whether it was medical services, whether it was a hot meal, whether it was cultural supports, or whether it was just a place to be that was safe for a short time. And more than 800 unique individuals have accessed the overnight accommodations, which corresponds roughly to the number of folks who we believe are in chronic need of supportive housing to alleviate their homelessness. And I can tell you that another 150 people have been housed from TP Noel since it opened. And so with those milestones and those impacts understood, I just want to say to the volunteers and staff of our community partners, the hundreds of city staff who've been involved in responding to homelessness during the pandemic, and to all of my colleagues on council, thank you for working to protect the health, safety, dignity, and well-being of everyone here in our community. I chatted with a number of people down at the convention center on Saturday, and I met JT from Grand Prairie, who came here 4 months ago looking for work, found himself homeless, has worked his way through all of the different shelters and has feedback for us about what he likes and what could be improved in each one of them. And he wants to help improve situations for people requiring shelters. And so it was really, really inspiring to talk to him. But he made my day when he told me that he got housed. He was one of those 150 people, and that he was so looking forward on Monday, which is today, to get the keys to his own place. So we need to do more of that. But that's a human being's life who has been positively impacted, and we can do more of that together. So please join me in thanking the people who are making that happen, for folks like JT and some of the other folks I talked to this past weekend, who need us more than ever during this time of public health and economic crisis in our province. So please join me in a round of applause for these extraordinary leaders in our community doing this work. Okay, so hopefully that starts us off right for protocol items. Since the Supreme Court told us we couldn't pray anymore, we had to find another way to uplift ourselves, and this worked for me. I don't know about you, but this worked for me. So now is the time for selection of items for debate. Please click in to do so.
Trying to do so unsuccessfully. There we go.
So, Mr. Mayor, just 30 seconds. We need to close the dome, so that might just be a bit disruptive for 30 seconds.
Okay, we're just going to pause for a sec
We
because.
just got to close it. We got a broken window.
Oh, yikes, okay. Just got a little building issue to deal with here. Did a bird fly in? Oh, okay. It's a broken window on the pyramid, I'm being told, so we got to close the dome here. I was really enjoying that daylight for a few minutes there. This is fitting. It's like, okay, and now. Yeah, exactly. The pathos. Okay. Councillor Banga, selections?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will select 6.5 and 6.8, 6.9. 5 and 9, 6.9 are the ones must be selected. And then 7.2 for voting purposes, please. And again, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, they must be selected.
Okay, sorry, can you start from the top again? I missed the first couple. I was just having a technology glitch here, but I did get 7.2 for voting and 9.2 through 9.4, and I think I heard you say 6.5 as well, because it must be selected, but I think you said something else, Councillor Banga, at the beginning that I missed.
6.5, 6.8,
Yep.
6.9.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Banga. I've got all of those. Councillor Henderson?
Mine have all been selected.
Oh, excellent. Councillor Nickel?
7.3 and 7.9 for voting purposes, please.
Okay. I'll just check to see verbally here if anybody would like 7.2, 7.3, or 7.9 for anything other than voting purposes. Okay, not hearing any. We'll just deal with those up front with Councillor Caterina's assistance when we get to them. Any other selections this morning? Not seeing any. Someone want to move
I'll move other items.
the balance? Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Please vote on those items not selected for debate today.
Yes,
Was that you, Councillor Paquette?
it is.
Thank you so much. We've got all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried unanimously. Councillor Paquette, you were able to join us?
Somewhat. There may be times when I can't actually verbally vote, so I may miss those ones.
Okay, well, we'll register you here, and you'll let us know if anything changes, and if we don't register your vote, we'll understand you're indisposed temporarily. So, but I'm glad you could join us for particularly for that vote, which includes the Indigenous framework. Among others. But I'll ask which committee did wonderful work on a great discussion last week, so thank you for leading that as our chair. I'll go to Madam Clerk to just confirm what committees or councils blessed this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Council has approved the following report. 6.1, Community Revitalization Levy Update, Downtown, the Quarters Downtown and Belvedere. 6.2, EPCOR Water Services, the 2022 to 2026 rates applications for fire hydrant service costs. 6.3, EPCOR Water Services, performance-based rates application and regulatory process. 6.4, early agenda distribution, the pilot project results. 6.6, 2021 investment in organizations sustain. 6.7, City of Edmonton Indigenous Framework. And then moving over to the in-camera reports, Council has approved item 9.1, landfill gas to renewable energy gas conversion projects. Everything else has been selected.
That's what I have as well. Thank you very much. Just getting some background noise there. Thank you. All right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, on a point of order.
Yes?
I thought 9.1 and 9.2 were selected.
No, only 9.2, 9.3, and 9.4 were selected, but 9.1 wasn't. Did you want that separated for voting purposes?
Yes, unfortunately, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, that was an error on my part. I misheard, Councillor Banga. I thought
Oops.
I'll move
9.1
to
was
reconsider
selected.
9.1.
Okay, Councillor Henderson has moved a reconsideration of 9.1. That's why we asked the clerks to read them out, so I'm glad we caught that. So to reconsider the vote on 9.1 in particular, I need a seconder for that. I'll second it. So to reconsider 9.1, please vote.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. And that's carried, so the motion's back before us now as previously moved, so it doesn't need to be re-put. It just needs to be re-voted on now. Please vote on 9.1.
Yes.
We're just calling the vote back up, Mr. Mayor. We just need to re-put the original movers and seconders. Councillor Paquette, we've got your vote. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried 12-1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Request to speak, we have none, nor any request for time specific. The bylaws. Councillor Caterina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just clarification, was 7-3 chosen for voting? I didn't hear that number.
Correct, yes.
Okay, all right, that's fine on there. So did you want to do the ones for voting purposes only first or the others?
Why don't we do all the others first?
Okay, so I'll move first reading of 7-1, 7-4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Second.
Okay, so on first reading of the omnibus bylaws, not selected for debate today, please vote. Or not selected for separate voting, I should say. Please vote.
Frozen?
Can we confirm the seconder, Mr. Mayor, please?
That was me. Sorry, my fingers aren't fast enough on this computer here, so. Excuse me.
Councillor Paquette, sorry, we just want to make sure we've got your vote as well.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move second reading of the omnibus as stated.
Second.
On second reading, please vote.
Councillor Paquette? Councillor Paquette, can we get your vote, please?
Yes, and I'm sorry, I'll probably miss the next one.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
I'll move consideration for third reading of the omnibus as stated.
Second.
To allow third reading to proceed, please vote.
Councillor Paquette?
Think we'll have to deem him dropped off.
Councillor Paquette, can we confirm your attendance at the council meeting, please?
He said he'd have to miss the next couple, so we'll leave it to him to advise when he returns. Okay. Do you have the votes? Okay, display the vote on consideration, please. That's 12-0.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move third reading of 19578, 19588, 19551, 19367, 19573, and 19579.
Second.
Please vote on third and final reading of the omnibus bylaws.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried. 7-2.
Okay, and Mr. Mayor, did you want to do these individually?
I think we better.
Okay, so I'll move first reading of 7-2.
Second.
Please vote on first reading on 7-2.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried 10-2.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move second reading of 7-2.
Second.
Second reading, please vote.
Good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried.
I'll move consideration for third, 7-2.
Second.
To allow third reading to proceed, please vote.
Good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move third reading of 19585.
Second.
Third and final reading, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move first reading, and it's only here for first reading only today, 19586.
Second.
That's 7.3.
On the MRF, please vote. First reading.
We're good to go.
Display the vote. Carried 11-1.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move first reading of 7.9.
Sorry,
Can we get the recommendation on that
The
one first?
recommendation, yeah,
Yep.
first.
First, the recommendation on 7-9.
Yeah.
Please vote.
I'll second that.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Hamilton seconds. Okay, please vote on the recommendation in 7-9 around the wildlife feeding additional options.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. It's carried 11-1.
And I'll move first reading of 19553.
Second.
Please vote on first reading.
Have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried 11-1.
And I'll move second reading of 19553.
Second.
Please vote. Second reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote.
I'll move consideration for third reading of 19553.
Second.
Please vote on third and final reading.
Was this not consideration, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, sorry.
It was, yeah.
Consideration, apologies. Yes. On consideration, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move third reading of 19553.
Second.
Please vote on third and final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried 11-1. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So those are the bylaws for today. Councillor inquiries, I understand there's one. Go ahead, Councillor Cartmell.
Thank you, Mayor Iveson. I have the following inquiry with respect to the creation of a list of electors, and I'll just offer a very brief preamble. As I think we all know, a key aspect for any elected candidate or election candidate is the creation of a list of supporters. And at other levels of government, those lists are often kept by the various political parties involved in those elections. And despite privacy considerations and other pertinent legislation, there is a risk that those lists might be made available to some candidates in the upcoming municipal election. And I think we all agree that elections should be fair and equitable, and that all available information should be accessible to all candidates. The Local Authorities Elections Act includes provisions for creating a list of electors. However, a bylaw process to create that list is required to be approved by council well in advance of an election. So with that preamble, I offer the following inquiry: that the returning officer provide a memo to City Council with the following information regarding the creation of a permanent electors register as per Section 49 of the Local Authorities Election Act for the 2025 Edmonton general election, to include overall timelines and costs associated with the creation and maintenance of a permanent electors register, opportunities to obtain and share information with the election commissioner, current information about incorporating enumeration as part of future municipal census, and high-level potential impacts of a permanent electors register would have on the planning and operations of a general election. And I'm asking that this inquiry would be available not just to council, but that the city clerk would ensure that information is readily available to the public as soon as it's provided to council in the form of a memo. Thank you.
Thank you. That's appreciated. Any other, and accepted as an inquiry. Are there any other inquiries this morning? Not seeing any. Then let's go in order, starting with the Urban Gondola Working Relationship Framework, which was discussed extensively at the Urban Planning Committee. It's without a recommendation at this time, I believe, but I'll go to Councillor Esslinger to provide further perspective as committee chair, and then we'll get some additional comments from administration before we get into further questions here. Councillor Esslinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the Urban Planning Committee heard over 30 speakers on various viewpoints about approving the Urban Gondola Working Relationship Framework. And so with that, we chose not to debate it there, as many would want to be involved in it. So we came up through requisition. We answered questions only of administration. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Iveson and members of council. Administration is here today to provide an update on the urban gondola proposed by Prairie Sky, discuss the proposed agreement framework, and provide next steps for your consideration. Joining me today on the stream are Ms. McCullough, Ms. Thurston from Legal Services, and other various members of administration to support questions as needed. Last week at Urban Planning Committee, we heard from Prairie Sky Gondola, industry experts, and members of our community about the proposed gondola. Some speakers discussed what they viewed as the opportunity this private sector proposal presents for our city and expressed their support for the project. Others raised concerns about the potential for environmental impacts, had questions regarding the extent of public and Indigenous engagement to date, and wondered how to appropriately protect the city. These concerns align with the principles Council included in their February 3rd, 2020 motion. These are also areas that administration has included in the proposed agreement framework to ensure that they continue to guide next steps. Over the last year, we have examined this project based on Prairie Sky's current proposal. We have reviewed Prairie Sky's business case and preliminary technical reports and determined that at a conceptual level that the proposal aligns with key strategic documents, including Connect Edmonton, the City Plan, Reimagine and Breathe, and with area-specific plans, including the River Crossing Business Plan, Plan White, and the Downtown Public Places Plan. Prairie Sky's business case and model, which were provided to administration to review confidentially in accordance with Council's February 3rd motion, is based on zero funding from the city, no operating grants from the city or other orders of government, the payment of access agreements and land leases at market value, which is currently estimated at $1.2 million annually, and payment of property taxes. In addition, through the urban resident and commuter ridership, though urban resident and commuter ridership is projected, the financial model is not reliant on an operating agreement with ETS for financial support. And Prairie Sky has advised that its financial model is not contingent upon advancement of any city investment in the area surrounding the stations. Instead, it is based on the current state. The financial viability of the business will ultimately be confirmed by the market, but requirements reflected in the framework related to insurance, security, maintenance, and rehabilitation, and demobilization will require financial commitments to the city by Prairie Sky, and as such, administration has identified the need for additional confidential open books review in advance of construction. We also work to understand what the potential risks to the city could be and identify approaches for risk mitigation, which would serve to lessen the risk to the city should the gondola be approved. And from there, we determined what the path forward for the gondola could look like if council advances it, including what work is left to be completed in advance of anything being approved for construction. All this work informed the negotiation of the agreement framework that defines how the project would continue in relation to council's principles, the land agreements, risk mitigation, and key next steps. Approval of the framework by council will provide direction and clarity necessary to facilitate future actions. Approval of the framework does not include approval of the project for construction, nor does it alter any of the regulatory requirements that a project of this type, scale, and complexity is required to fulfill. Should council approve the agreement framework and advancement of phase 3 as defined in the report, the next steps would include negotiation of the land sale agreements for council approval and a comprehensive risk analysis based on mitigations included therein, geotechnical analysis by Prairie Sky, fulfillment of the River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan requirements by Prairie Sky for council's approval, submission of a tree protection plan by Prairie Sky for administration's approval, federal and provincial regulatory approvals completed by Prairie Sky, continued collaboration to seek alignment between city initiatives and projects in the proposed gondola, completion of a transportation impact assessment by Prairie Sky, and transportation modeling to support fulfillment of the transit integration principle defined by council, continued engagement in relation to the emergency response plans and technical requirements that may result, advancement of public and Indigenous engagement by Prairie Sky, and rezoning applications. Once these steps are taken, administration would then have an additional opportunity to conduct an open books review. Throughout these processes, we anticipate additional council decision points. Of particular significance would be in relation to the land agreements, the River Valley bylaw processes, and rezoning of station locations. Last week, we were asked to provide additional information about operating models for gondolas elsewhere. I would point you toward CR 6030, an ETS Advisory Board report on urban gondolas and public transit, which offers a more detailed discussion. In addition, we have completed a high-level jurisdictional scan of publicly available information about gondolas, with a focus on their operating models, primary intended use, and integration with local transit. This is not a comprehensive list. However, this slide reflects a cross-section of different scales of infrastructure and different operating models in order to give a sense of the landscape. The majority of this list is examples of urban gondolas. Sea to Sky is included as a Canadian gondola not located in a national park. There is not a perfect replica of what Prairie Sky has proposed, but this high-level scan tells us that the model and operating structure of gondolas are reflective of the local context. Some gondolas are privately owned and operated, others commissioned by a government but privately constructed and operated, others constructed and operated and maintained in a partnership, and others are still are publicly funded and operated. Of the over 100 urban gondolas around the world, some serve as local transit, tourist attractions, or a combination of the two. Urban gondolas can serve as or are integrated with the local transit system to varying degrees. Where evidence of formal integration wasn't immediately available, proximity to local transit appears to have been considered. All of the gondolas reflected here have been operating for a number of years, with the most recent beginning operations in 2014. As we endeavor to understand what the impact on our transportation ecosystem will be in the next phase, we will take learnings from the experiences of others. We will also learn from the transportation impact assessment and modeling what different opportunities exist for appropriately integrating the gondola within our transit system. This will allow us to develop recommendations and approaches that are reflective of our local context and support fulfillment of Council's principle on achieving mutually beneficial integration while preserving that the gondola will be funded, operated, and maintained by Prairie Sky. Approval of the recommendation before Council today would mean approval of the agreement framework and next steps. There will be other Council approvals required as the proposal advances, including in relation to the land agreements, the River Valley bylaw, and rezoning, before Prairie Sky is able to proceed to construct the gondola. Thank you. We'd be pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, thanks for the supplemental information since committee based on some of that discussion. That's really helpful. So questions forming up. Councillor Banga, you had selected this, I believe. So go ahead.
Well, I can let Councillor McKean speak first if he wishes to do so.
Sure. Councillor McKean.
Thanks, thanks, Councillor Banga and Mr. Mayor. First of all, I will ask questions, but I would like to put the administration recommendation on the floor as well. So I'll move that.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Henderson. Okay, that's before us. So did you want to provide any introductory comments before asking questions?
No, I think I might close on it later, but
okay.
I do have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Mr. Hodgson, thank you for running us through all the work that is yet to be done, including environmental impact assessment and public engagement, which were two of the issues that were raised by critics last week. And tell me if I'm wrong, what I've told people who have been emailing me is that the significant work on public engagement and the detailed work on the impact on the environment have really not been done yet. Am I right?
Councillor McKean, the proponent has done some targeted engagement in the business and public community, but you're correct in the sense that the vast majority of the engagement has yet to commence.
Because there was some criticism that not all of our Indigenous people or leaders had been met with yet, and I just thought that was probably next steps. Yes.
Councillor, again, there has been some targeted engagement. Prairie Sky will be required to advance their own engagement plans, as is typical of a private developer. The requirement of engagement is reflected in the framework, and so you're absolutely correct that to some extent there has been engagement that has commenced, but that the majority of it will take part as part of phase 3.
And Mr. Hodgson, I would think that would that would reflect upon the project if they were to do paltry public engagement, and some future council heard about that. And do you think that's right, that they must meet those requirements? We have set requirements on doing proper environmental impact assessment and proper public engagement. Were they to not do so, that would reflect on the project, yes?
That's correct. And the one thing I would note is that through the framework, we've actually layered in an additional component of engagement. And so the engagement that is reflected in the agreement framework before council today does not substitute for the engagement that is required through the typical regulatory processes of the city. So it would be that additional work that would be required. But you're correct. It would reflect on those phases as well.
If memory serves, the proponents have suggested they're about to do a lot of expensive work. That is at their own risk, yes? That we're at a future decision point, council decided that the environmental impacts were too significant, or some other matter came up that was extremely troubling, that future council or this council at a future point could make a decision that the project is no longer of interest to the city of Edmonton and therefore pull support? Or are we giving tacit approval here today?
So Councillor McKeon, I believe the proponent, and I'm going off of memory here, suggested that there would be a required investment of around $9 million that would happen if the framework was approved today. You are correct, and I think I layered it within my presentation as well. There are a number of touch points for council as this moves ahead. The next one that will likely come forward for council's consideration will be the land deal framework, and that would be another point within the project that the council could pull their support, and based on the information provided there, they would be able to make a decision as to whether there were merits in proceeding with the project. Yes.
You've got law support here today. Is there any risk to this council in passing this motion and at a later point pulling support because there was some deficit or major technical issue with this project?
Councillor McKeon, I can answer it, and maybe I'd ask Ms. Thurston to provide support. The framework in front of council is a non-legally binding document. One of the major intents of the work to date has been to establish a roadmap for a project like this to move forward in our city. As you can imagine, because of the complexity of a project like this, we don't have a process that's off the shelf that a proponent can work through. And so one of the things that we started down the path of this work on was ensuring that was clear and that there was a path for that to happen. Ms. Thurston can probably talk to the legal requirements around the document, though.
Yes, Councillor McKeon, I echo Mr. Hodgson's comments that Prairie Sky is aware that this is a non-binding, essentially a memorandum of understanding, and that there are touch points such as rezoning and also the land agreement approval. Specifically in the framework itself, it does say that those documents would be subject to council approval, and that this does not bind council in its regulatory capacity, and it is also a non-binding document.
I'm way over time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Walters?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Hodgson, and forgive me, I was in and out of the conversation last week at committee, but it did seem to me as I looked through the list of speakers that there was pretty significant participation from our economic development agencies and our tourism, local in Explore Edmonton in support of the project. You can confirm that?
Councillor, yes, there were around 30 registered speakers, and many of them were from economic development agencies, yes.
Who see the investment, the numbers, the direct capital and economic impact numbers as a positive, I suppose. And certainly from a tourism perspective, if our own agency was there, that's notable. Can you, maybe I'll just shift to Mr. Corbeau, just speaking on behalf of the administration, as the city manager. Do you feel comfortable that our folks have done, all the rigor necessary here to protect the city's interest in recommending this further step today?
Yeah, I do indeed, Councillor Walters, and in particular, the roadmap provides lots of opportunity for either administration or the city council to check stop, if you will, and make other decisions along the way. So I'm very comfortable with this approach going forward. And there's a lot of things that are required to be done. And not only do they have to be done to the satisfaction of the legislation and ultimately city council. So I think we have lots of opportunity to make decisions going forward.
Okay, thank you for that. And then, Mr. Hodgson, so there is a formal letter of support from Enoch Cree Nation for this project? Do I understand that correctly?
Councillor, I'd ask Ms. McCullough if she's able to provide information on that letter.
Hi, thank you. So there is, for the second phase of work, there is a letter of support from the Métis Nation of Alberta. There is a representative on Prairie Sky Gondola's Public and Indigenous Engagement Committee running the Indigenous Engagement subcommittee specifically who is a member of Enoch Cree Nation, an elder in the community.
Okay, and so
Yeah.
she understands she's the co-chair of the Indigenous engagement, or the overall engagement committee, subcommittee, right?
Yes, and the chair of, they'll be creating a subcommittee with a particular focus on Indigenous engagement, and she will be chairing that, I understand.
Okay. And then I guess a couple minutes left here. The numbers I have, the investment is 150 million in capital, an additional 100 million in additional economic impact, 800 construction jobs, and much of it is foreign direct investment as well. So money coming from outside the city into the city for this project. Is that generally accurate, Mr. Hodgson? I know there are estimates at this point in time, but those are the estimates that have been provided.
Yes, Councillor, those are the estimates that are shown in the report, yes.
Okay, and then as it relates to the risk side, any risks associated with construction in the River Valley, maybe, the environmental impact assessment, I suppose this is no different than any other project in terms of application for some sort of construction in the River Valley. It has to go through the same very rigorous process in terms of the EIA. Correct. So whether it's a 80-story tower or a solar farm or this or any, the footbridges that we built with the RVA, et cetera, those all have to go through the same rigor in terms of the EIA, correct?
Councillor, that's correct.
Do you, internally, what did your team note as the most significant risks of this project in terms of the River Valley?
Councillor, I don't know that I would flag it so much towards the River Valley. There are, I think that the notable risks that have been flagged by others throughout the process have been reputational, as well as the challenge of if the gondola turns out not to be viable. And so really the focus on our end has been identifying ways that we can mitigate those risks through agreement frameworks and otherwise. And so, yeah, I think that to summarize it, the most of the concern that we've heard so far relates to if the gondola is constructed and then becomes inoperable for some reason.
Right. And I'm out of time, so we'll come back. I have a couple more questions in the second round, possibly. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson is next. Oh, sorry, no, Councillor Banga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know there was quite a bit of discussion in the committee meeting on this. I still am looking for a couple answers in detail before deciding on it. My first one is I know Prairie Sky is saying that there would be no city financial involvement till we actually go ahead and with the project, and till then it's only approval of the agreement of framework, I believe. But my question is, Prairie Sky is still looking for that surety that was in the report, and it was also discussed. I am still not pretty clear about that surety. They're spending $9 million on this thing initially, and they would want some kind of, surety. But what surety is that?
So Councillor Banga, perhaps I can clarify. The surety that is discussed within the report and through the discussions that we've had on this so far is related to a risk mitigation tool that the city is looking to move forward with, and that surety reflects trust or some type of monetary fund that's set aside in the event that the gondola becomes inoperable and there's a requirement for it to be demobilized, deconstructed. And so, yeah, the surety isn't something that the proponent is seeking. It's something that the city is looking forward to weaving within the transaction to ensure that there's an additional layer of risk mitigation for the city.
Okay, so I know there was some comparison with other projects, I guess 100% private projects, like somebody building a 80-story building or whatnot. What is the difference between that and this here? I mean, this is a private project, so why are we involved in there? That's my question.
Councillor, the largest, well, I won't say the largest, there are a few reasons for our participation. One is that we own a significant portion of the land in which the gondola ropeway is planned to run through, as well as the station locations, with the exception of the station that fronts White Avenue, which is a provincially owned site. And so we do have a little bit of a different role in this than we would in some of those other projects. And then the second part is again that regulatory relationship or regulatory role that the city plays in any of these projects, which is to some extent a little different just based on the type of project, it being a linear project, but ultimately is going to be administered in the same way.
Okay, and then engagement. I know the proponents did targeted engagement. I mean, you know, targeted and I guess normal engagement, they're a little bit different. So in the upcoming, I guess, engagement work there, do we know what kind of engagement that is going to be? Is it going to be targeted, or is it going to be involving general public?
Councillor Banga, the plan includes a what we heard section, which points to targeted business engagement and community engagement through the first 2 phases of work, with particular emphasis on those areas that were immediately surrounding the route. For the next phase of the work, the plan proposes enhanced tools for information sharing, the establishment of a public and Indigenous engagement committee, which will include an Indigenous engagement subcommittee, and commits to virtual and in-person events within both the public and Indigenous streams of engagement. The plan indicates that they will be seeking input that will inform final station and tower architecture, station programming, cabin options, pedestrian connectivity, and public realm improvements. So again, while the first phase of engagement was targeted, the second phase is meant to be much more broad. And I think I answered this in one of the other questions as well, but that's the engagement that's required as part of the framework. There will also be the regulatory driven engagement actions that will be required through those processes as well, and this won't be a substitute for those either.
Thank you. My time's up. A couple more questions I had. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, just a few things for clarity. So, you know, in understanding there's much larger issues than just the burial grounds down there in terms of the Indigenous question. You know, it has both, you know, colonial and pre-colonial history involved. But to be clear, where they're talking, where the footprint would be is not on the burial ground side of the power plant. It actually, because I think there's some confusion about this. It actually sits on that narrow roadway that's east of the power plant building and the new EPCOR building, correct? Which is far away from where the memorial is and where the rest of the burial grounds we think are, correct?
Yeah, Councillor Henderson, that's correct. What we know today is while the area is very archaeologically sensitive due to the location of Edmonton House and Fort Augustus, no human remains have been found in the area where the gondola station is proposed next to the Rossdale power plant. But that doesn't mean that there aren't any there.
No, understood.
And so we'll be requiring that an abundance of caution be taken, and part of that engagement with Indigenous nations will reflect the requirement of ensuring that we're doing archaeologically appropriate construction there.
I'm guessing, I mean, I don't know, I'm guessing, though, it's underneath that road. It's actually not a very wide piece of land. between the two buildings. But I'm guessing that's disturbed. If there are any concerns in there, it's likely to be contamination. Is that a fair assessment?
Councillor, I won't make any comments.
We don't know.
On
Okay, I'm just
contamination.
curious, yeah.
But again, I think what I would say is that there will be a requirement for the party to move forward in an archaeologically sensitive way.
Yeah.
At the location.
And that's work that still has to happen. Just as a reference that was made, and I would have been better to ask the proponent, but I know that there's nothing in the business case looking for grants from us. And I heard you say there's nothing in there about grants from other orders of government for operating. Are they looking for support from other orders of government for capital?
Councillor, my understanding is that there is not a request in from any order of government for capital. I
and
believe
it's not part of their business case then, expectation?
It wasn't part of their business case. I believe that they may make requests for accessing different funding that could be available through like the Canadian Infrastructure Bank or other mechanism. Right. But my understanding is, as of today, is that there isn't a government funding mechanism within.
Great. It just was a comment that was made by somebody at the public hearing after we'd already heard from them, so there's no way to check. So I thought I'd go back and look. And then the one other thing in terms of the business case, I'm guessing the largest hurdle they still have on the business case is not us. It's going to be investment. So, if our due diligence on the business case is going to be paltry, I suspect, compared to the people who are going to have to put up the hundreds of millions of dollars to make this happen, it won't go ahead with a faulty business case if they can't raise the money. I mean, they're not going to be able to raise the money based on a faulty business case, I don't imagine. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, Councillor, and I made the comment at committee as well. Ultimately, we do have full access to their business case and have had that open books review. The true test of this will be when it goes through financing or investment. There will be a rigorous review, I'm sure, of their performance and the projection numbers that will happen through that. Ultimately, when you're trying to raise 130 or 150 million in the market and people are putting their money forward, there is that significant due diligence that occurs at that point. So what we've focused on is protecting, and mitigating risk for what we do have control over.
From our interest, this question of how rigorous our look is, the rigor of our look is going to be, I suspect, insignificant compared to what investors are going to want to see.
Councillor, what we've done is tried to confirm the key specific areas of the business case that are important to us.
To us, yeah. So, there are more hurdles that they're going to have to leap over, and I suspect that's going to be one of the big ones as investors before this goes ahead. But they need, all the way along, we have been one of their larger risks, and they're trying to slowly clarify that risk from our end and minimize it. So the next set of risks from us would be about environmental and the Indigenous consultation and public consultation. Those would be the remaining risks that they would be dealing with from our end, most likely.
Councillor, the regulatory risks on rezoning, on the River Valley planning work are a few, and then ultimately the land agreements are another big hurdle for them as well.
Great, thanks, I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the additional information today. A few more questions. When you're referring to demobilization, do we yet have a sort of identified list of what we want to see demobilized if the project were to fail? So I obviously would assume the towers, the sort of cables. We haven't talked about stations as an example. Is that part of that conversation yet, or is that still to come?
Yeah, Councillor, there are a couple of things I would mention. One is that the conversations that we've discussed to date with the proponent have included considerations for some kind of surety tool or mechanism to deal with demobilization of the ropeway, the towers, the footprints, those types of parts of the infrastructure. The station locations are going to be dealt with, they're going to be taken care of potentially differently and through future negotiation. One of the considerations within the discussion so far is just the practicality of setting aside surety tool to demolish and move forward with something like that for 5 buildings. And so that is a much larger number potentially. But part of what will come back as part of the land agreement is a comprehensive risk analysis to identify the areas where the city does have risk and identify the areas where we've mitigated as much as possible.
Because, I mean, for the station might be treated a lot differently than something else, because if you were able to put a building there tomorrow anyways, and it was a, business X and they went under, we don't expect a business that goes bankrupt to remove the building that they've built, as long as it's, built in an appropriate location that was already designated for something like that. So that's why we would probably treat those a little bit different, correct?
Councillor, because it's an item that's still being negotiated, I don't know that I would state the city's position on it as openly, but there are different considerations in any of our lease agreements in regards to the responsibility for the improvements on the site once the lease ends. So those are items that are absolutely live issues to administration and will form part of the work that will return to council.
Great. With the approval of this agreement, I just want to be clear, so this ties a little bit to what Councillor McKeon first asked about, but signing this agreement does not force administration to support any of the regulatory requirements, correct?
No, Councillor, it does not.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it out loud. The other piece I wanted to ask about is the language that's being used in the agreement. Is there, I hear suggested that somehow, if this goes forward and fails, that somehow the city's still going to be on the hook, even though it's been made quite clear as of a year ago that there's to be no city dollars or anything like that. So I just want to ask, is there anything we left out of the agreement that could have been put in that would have been stronger, or are we comfortable that with the agreement as written, it makes it 100% clear that there would never be any scenario where the city would support putting in a penny?
So Councillor, what I can say with certainty is that no project is ever completely risk-free.
Sure, I understand.
That partners anywhere could come to the city and ask for funding at any time. Ultimately, what we've tried to do through the framework is identify the areas where the city could have risk and try to get to a place where we have a roadmap for mitigating those appropriately. We will be coming forward with a number of the more formal agreements that will outline where we have risk and where we don't in the future. And so what I would say is that just as this is non-binding for the city, it is non-binding for the proponent as well. And so when we come forward with that more formal information, we will ensure that we adequately identify for council where there are those areas of risk and where there aren't.
Yeah, so if somehow there was something that came forward as part of the next phase that even gave a hint that the city could consider that, you would flag that for this council or the next council. Absolutely. So they'd be very aware.
That's correct.
All right. Beyond the other question around that funding piece is that there was staff time used to review some of this, but I just want to check in terms of the next phases, beyond the standard staff time that we would put to any business doing any type of agreement or work, is there anything else that we're spending staff time on that we wouldn't be doing for any other business doing something unique?
Councillor, it's the indirect costs are a tough one. Ultimately, we're here today talking about a framework agreement, so there is an indirect cost to something like that. I think it's reflective of the fact that this is unique and there isn't an on-the-shelf process to follow. Many of the regulatory processes have recoveries that are included through fees and everything else. So those are similar to what you would see in other projects. I guess the areas where we would have that indirect cost would be our continued negotiation of the land deals in the framework, which we would have in any situation where we were divesting of land.
Yeah, that's fair. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Esslinger.
Thank you, and many of the questions have been asked and answered. I just have one left for me, and that is for the time of this agreement, because I read the term to be 1 year, and at that point it kicks into land agreements. Do I have that correct?
Councillor Esslinger, the timeframe in this agreement was just setting out that after negotiating, if we don't enter into land agreements within 1 year, then terminate this agreement. The land agreements would come before you for approval, and the term would be set out in those agreements at that time.
So I guess I was just curious then if the environmental work and the engagement work and all that has to be done within the year and then it kicks into land agreement, or just help me understand that.
No, the land agreements would be conditional on those regulatory approvals. So the River Valley bylaw requirements, the rezoning, and a number of other items set out in the framework. It could be that the regulatory approvals do come before you before the land agreements, just depending on timing. But no, those don't need to occur within that 1 year time period.
Okay, just want to make sure we had enough time to do a thorough job on that work. So thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Thank you for all of the material you've presented so far. I know it's a lot of work. And I appreciate that you've offered comments that this is not any kind of a commitment, that this is non-binding, etc. But what I'm hearing in plain language is this group is not willing to go forward with its $8 or $9 million of further work without this framework. So that implies that this framework is in their mind some form of commitment. And I appreciate the checklist and the number of check-in points, but this still feels like this framework is essentially a pre-approval, provided the Prairie Sky checks all the boxes. It is essentially a pre-approval, because without it, they won't proceed. That implies something. That implies that if we proceed and they check all the boxes and they don't receive approval, that somehow there is some sort of commitment or liability implied there. Thoughts?
So Councillor, you've heard from our legal services colleagues that suggest that there isn't a legal commitment that's being made through the document. I don't want to speak for the proponents, but I think that because this is a polarizing project, that there is a sense of wanting to get an idea from council that this is a project that has merit in progressing before making a significant investment. Now that can mean a soft implication, but it certainly, from the comments that you've heard from our legal services colleagues, there isn't a legal implication necessarily to moving forward with this agreement. And I'd let Ms. Andreychuk or Ms. Thurston comment on that further.
I'll maybe start and ask Ms. Thurston to jump in, but it isn't uncommon to have these memorandums of understanding so that there's some direction and guidance given with both parties understanding it's not legally binding, but it allows them to assess their risks on whether they want to proceed. So it is giving them additional information that they can start making their decisions. Ms. Thurston, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I just echo the same answer. That's my response as well.
And it isn't actually making a pre-approval. We will still be back to council at the appropriate times with the information and ask you to come in with an open mind at that time to make the appropriate decisions.
Councillor, I just want to be very clear in our discussions with the proponent. We've been very clear this is non-binding on councillor of the city.
I'm a little troubled about the comment about coming back with an open mind. It presumes that not here with an open mind. I go back to my earlier statement. If they're not willing to proceed until they have this agreement, that implies something. That implies something. And that concerns me. This is a conveyance that is a transit-esque conveyance. We've been talking about it for over a year, and yet there's nothing offered here about how this integrates or connects with or otherwise simply connects to our transit system. And yet this framework goes down the road of land commitments and lease arrangements and things like that without the crux of the conversation, the operating interlock that might come forward in a further offered agreement. Isn't that kind of getting the cart before the horse?
Councillor, the work to date has reflected the complexity of building a linear project in the middle of our city. So time frame wise, I think that that is something that needs to be taken into consideration. The complexity of building a gondola within the city of Edmonton is something that can't be understated. It's a project that there isn't a comparable, there isn't something that we have process wise that's sitting on the shelf. And so that is something that I would flag as being an important part of this phase of the process, is really identifying what regulatory requirements, what requirements from administration from a land perspective are required. And ultimately, when we talk about the integration piece with transit, that was part of council's original direction given as one of the principles. I stated in my presentation that it isn't something that is necessarily included as part of Prairie Sky's business case as being required. But I think that there's a recognition that mutually beneficial integration is something that is valued from the city's end of things, and that's part of why that conversation has been flagged as part of the framework, is because it was an important value of council when they considered this previously.
Thank you. I have one more question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Caterina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the additional information. A lot of questions have been asked and answered, has been stated. So, Ms. Thurston, and I know we've heard a number of times, the number of touch points or regulations that have to be fulfilled. Maybe you don't have to answer right now, but before the 5 minutes are up, can you give me the number of touch points with council, with administration, with federal and provincial regulations, all those things that need to be met before anything can happen? And given the non-binding nature of this, we both, the city and the proponent, understands 100%, because from just the previous questions here, I'm not sure that council understands it, but it is non-binding to us and non-binding to the proponent. Correct?
Councillor, it is non-binding to us and the proponent, and I believe Mr. Hodgson might have the number of touch points.
Okay, if someone, how many times?
We'll give him some more time. Sorry, Councillor.
Yeah, that's fine with that. So on the surety proponent of this is us asking them as a landlord asking for a security deposit in case there are damages that have to be repaired in the event that they leave. That sort of simplifies things.
Council, that would
so they would be required to put in trust, put in a bond, put in somewhere aside money sufficient to demobilize in the event that something were to happen.
That's the idea, yes.
Okay, so it's them paying us or putting monies away, not the other way around, if that was confusing, which doesn't seem to be at this point. So with this, the couple of questions that I had that I don't think we've had information on, the footprint, we're talking about 2 towers on the south, 1 on the north. So the footprint of each tower is approximately how big? What are we talking about? Put it into context for me. Size of a car, size of a house, size of a city lot, size of what?
Councillor, I believe it was 10 meters by 10 meters, but I'll have to confirm that with Ms. McCullough.
So 30 by 30, 30 feet by 30 feet. So that doesn't sound like a large footprint. And the other question I have, and part of their planning, or maybe this is still to come, have they established an emergency plan in the event of something happening, whether it's medical or something to do with emergencies that might happen or could happen either on the line itself if the power goes out. I don't know. Just an emergency plan. Have they submitted something, or is that something that's going to be required regardless? Just like opening a restaurant, you've got to get an inspector in for your dishwasher. Fire's got to go in for approvals. Those sorts of things.
So
has that been done?
Council, you'll recall that this was one of the principles that was set out as well. So the regulatory requirements identify that given the gondola would be a privately operated project, Prairie Sky would be required to prepare an emergency response plan for responding to an emergency that may require rescue or evacuation and submit it to the city. It's required in advance of any operations. In addition to that, Alberta Elevating Devices and Amusement Rides Safety Association requires or is a body responsible for these kinds of approvals, and it would be something that the proponent would have to adhere to in terms of moving forward with the project as well.
Okay, so if you add those requirements to all the other touch points and that, have you got a rough number or even an exact number of how many rules and regulations and touch points and agencies that they would actually have to go through in order to get final approval, meeting all these requirements?
So, Councillor, I've got through counting about half of them before other questions have come through the series of questions. But I think it's fair to say that there are a number of checkpoints that will come forward. The land agreements, the regulatory requirements, the fulfillment of council principles, as well as the open books review and all of the other conditions and development permit requirements that will flow through. I don't have the exact number, but I'm going to say from the list here that it's over 10. But I would ask that if someone has made it through the entire list and counted them out, that might be helpful to help with right now. Ms. McCullough, do you have a count on the exact number of requirements or touch points that we would have?
We don't have an exact count. As we've stated in the council report, we do anticipate that additional touch points and things that we're not currently aware of will come up in the next phase that will include additional touch points. But what we can anticipate right now is at least 3 additional council touch points on the matters that Mr. Hodgson has just referenced. Then we can anticipate provincial approvals in relation to the historical sites, especially the Rossdale site, which is a provincially designated historic site. And there's potential provincial approvals related to powers in the riverbank, depending upon where the final alignment ends up there. And approval of the rope line would be a provincial requirement as well, and especially in relation to the recovery system that the Prairie Sky Gondola is suggesting that they would like to use with their gondola. And then federal approvals will be required in relation to the river crossing, because the North Saskatchewan River is a federal water body. However, it does not touch the water itself, so the burden of that requirement is a little bit uncertain at this point.
And Councillor, I can probably walk through them off of the slide that was provided in slide 4. So we will absolutely be back for approval from council on the land agreements. There will be geotechnical analysis required. The River Valley bylaw work, including environmental impact assessments and site location studies, is something that will be considered. Rezoning of 4 of the 5 stations, as I mentioned, the provincial approvals and federal approvals that Ms. McCullough just referenced. In terms of work with administration, there would be additional considerations for the transportation impact assessment and the associated transportation modeling, the emergency response plan, and then the public and Indigenous engagement work. And that's all in advance of our additional open books review and any of the development permit work that would be required.
I've written down 14 to date, with many more to come, so thank you.
And thank you for the count.
I'll move a second round.
I'll second that. Please vote for a second round of questions.
It's just warming up, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Katarina?
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Display the vote, please.
It's carried unanimously, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. On the second round, if we can put the speakers list back up. Councillor Walters, I think, was next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So just, I guess, Mr. Hodgson, based on Councillor Cartmel's questions, it stands to reason, though, that they're not going to proceed with a lot of the regulatory work and the costs associated with the regulatory work unless there's some kind of willingness to consider the land leases, right? What would be the point?
Councillor, I mean, I don't want to speculate, but that would seem to be the logical progression of how the project would move forward, to secure the land before moving forward with the investment for some of those larger items.
Yeah, these things are, happen in steps for sure. And so there's got to be some, I know we're all like bending over backwards to say, the city's not going to spend any money here, but there's, it's also okay for us to say that, we're willing to kind of work with them and advance the idea, right? And so, well, it's not, I appreciate the legal counsel's assessment here. It's reasonable for us to engage in this project to some extent. I would also, shift to Ms. McCabe, who I know we've talked a lot about Rossdale and River Crossing more generally. Maybe talk a little bit about how you do see this as a catalyst for future investment and development in the Rossdale and the River Crossing area.
Councillor Walters, from the River Crossing business plan, there's a number of challenges and definitely opportunities in that area. And the gondola does offer an opportunity in terms of being able to provide access to that area, which is one of the current challenges associated with that area starting to develop.
Right, and we heard that from the sort of the new folks, the new group around the baseball park, the new tenants of the baseball park who have made significant investments in that organization for the city and are making investments in our park with their own money, in addition to the money that we're recently putting forward for it. And they did note that they see that transportation issue as a major barrier to some of their success and see this as some medicine for that barrier, correct?
We did hear that at committee, Councillor Walters, yes, that's correct.
Okay, those are all the questions I had. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Banga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions, and my first question is, this is not the first time we are entering into this kind of, I guess, arrangement. I know it's only a framework, but if I recall, probably around 4 years ago, Aldred came up with this 80-story building proposal, was that there was city land involved, but they needed commitment before they could move on. I guess, is it not the same?
Councillor, I still recall the Aldred proposal quite clearly. The Aldred, I guess where this would differ in terms of phase of the project. Ultimately, what was considered by council at that time was a land sale. And in this case, this is a non-binding framework. So slightly different in terms of phase, slightly different in terms of requirements, slightly different in terms of just the nature of what the project is.
Okay, my next question is about, I know a couple of weeks ago, we were discussing Highline project there, even though we haven't committed any money to it. So basically, but we kind of gave it the verbal okay that it is in our minds and we may be able to support it at some point in time. would this project interfere with that project, or are they both feasible together? I know the size and scale of one is way different than the others.
Councillor, we haven't uncovered anything that would suggest that they conflict with each other, no.
Okay, well, that was all my questions, and I'll speak to it when that time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up a little bit on Councillor Cartmell's questions about the links to the transit system. And I know I had a chance to ask this question to the proponents, but I thought I'd better go back and do a double check with us. So when we, because I think there's a little bit of an idea that somehow or other this is going to be a link to our transit system on both sides of the river. But when we talk about this as public transit, I'm assuming, or to my eye, it's about linking to high-density neighborhoods together, not necessarily linking to our transit system, that's where the real payoff comes from, correct?
Councillor Henderson, I'd say we're premature in terms of identifying the benefits of integration. What we've uncovered from reviews of other systems is that there are different operating models that exist with varying degrees of integration.
No,
Some integrate really
understood.
well, others-
It's more about the need that I'm trying to understand here, because I think there's an assumption that one of the things that creates this need is that you would take a bus to one end and take it across and then get on the LRT on the other end, and I don't see that as serving us. I don't see that as what the real benefit to this thing is.
Councillor Henderson?
Yeah.
We do see that the benefit is connecting to
Neighborhoods.
That
Yeah.
is one of the
Yeah.
main transportation benefits. There is a detailed transportation impact assessment
Yeah.
that needs to be
Done.
done
Yeah.
still, and that'll shed some more light on those details exactly of how much that benefit is.
Yeah, because to be fair, on the north side of the river, it will connect to all three of our LRT lines, I would think. So it will have that connection, but the idea that somehow or other we're connecting to the transit system on the south side of the river, I think, it didn't sound like it was part of their business case, and I wanted to do a double check back with us to make sure that it's not part of our thinking, because I would be inclined to agree. If that's one of the reasons we're looking at this, it doesn't make sense to me, but linking people to people and neighborhoods to neighborhoods does make sense. Is that where our thinking is looking as well?
That is where our thinking is, and definitely the link to the city plan is on that connecting neighborhoods together.
Yeah, so the connection to our transit system might be a nice to have, but it's not essential to what we imagine may be the benefit to us.
I don't want to speak for the proponents.
No, this is us. I'm asking, I know, I got the answer from them. I want to just do a double check back, because Councillor Carmella asked a question about the linkage to the transit system that assumes that it has importance, and I'm not sure it's the critical factor. And from our perspective, we heard from the proponent that it was not critical for them. I want to do a double check back with us.
Councillor Henderson, I think it would make the most sense to ensure, and I fall back to it a little bit, is that transportation impact assessment.
Yeah.
Understanding the areas where mutually beneficial integration may exist. I think having that analysis in front of us would put us in a better position
Fair
to
enough.
identify or
Yeah.
answer that question.
Yeah, okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmell.
Thank you. So, Mr. Hodgson, I think you just said that it would be great to have the benefit of a traffic impact assessment to have those answers in front of us so we better understand integration into transit and what the implications of this transportation system would have on our transportation system. So going back to Councillor Walter's questions, he suggested that we might want to have, or that the proponent may want to have the land question answered before they go through the various somewhat complicated and bureaucratic processes of getting approvals from other levels of government. Does it not also follow that the TIA be done before we do land agreements?
Councillor, we would bring back the terms of the land agreements at the time that would be appropriate, but I can guarantee that any kind of form of agreement that would move forward would have a number of conditions that would need to be met before it being formalized, and understanding that the regulatory implications would be one of those conditions.
Yeah. And so I know I'm asking you some testy questions here, Mr. Hodgson, and I do appreciate the assurances that you're offering, that there's at least 14 points of contact yet to be contemplated, that there's regulatory things that need to be fished through. But I've also heard in response to some of the questions today, I don't want to speak on behalf of the proponent. I don't want to speak on behalf of the proponent. And while the proponent was at committee, essentially we have a situation here where administration has the benefit of seeing the business plan, of seeing the underpinnings of the business plan, of seeing the assumptions buried within the business plan. And council has not. And it's council that is held responsible by the voters, by the electors, by the citizens to make good decisions. And yet we don't have all the information that you do. So I guess maybe to Mr. Corbell, is that something we want to see, that arrangement, that flow of information, that process supported?
Yeah, I don't think, Councillor Cartmell, that council needs to see all of that data. I think, the ability of administration to look at it with the proponent and then provide advice to council, I think is good. We have a very clear understanding of what the concerns are and what the risks that council want to mitigate, and I think it's our responsibility to do that on your behalf. I would also say that, in looking at your, or considering your question about what does, approval of the framework imply, I would say it really only implies that there is a process. And what I like about the framework is that the proponent can't come along 6 months later and say, well, we didn't know there was a TIA requirement, or we didn't know there was an environmental impact assessment. It sets it very clearly out from our perspective and does protect, I think, the city's interests in a very, very clear way. Given that it's an unusual project, I think the fact that you have a pathway like this is very helpful to both the proponent and to the city, so that we've put all our markers down in this framework to say that, we have to see this to our satisfaction, every one of these pieces. And that's what I like about the framework. And it's not unusual. I mean, I don't know about the city, but when we're doing large oil and gas projects in the province, big projects like this in parks and things like that, it was always good to, at the front end, have a clear framework and pathwork to some of those. So I think from that perspective, to be honest, I think it helps us more than the proponent in many ways.
Well, and I agree with you on that if we lay out the process and lay out, the steps to be followed and make it clear to this proponent what they will need to be successful. But I don't see in the framework anything that talks about transit or transportation. I only see in the framework land. So if the framework contains something about transportation and TIA, then perhaps my process questions would be, I would feel less strongly about them.
Councillor, under item 4 within the framework for VII, it does reference the requirement of the city and Prairie Sky agreeing on the extent of mutually beneficial integration of the project with the city's public transit system, and entering into such agreements as may be required to implement integration on the terms and conditions that are satisfactory to Prairie Sky and the city.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hodgson. Thanks you for all your answers today.
Thank you. Any other questions? Looks like no. Folks wishing to speak to it then? Nobody? Councillor Hamilton.
Getting my technology going. I've been listening really carefully to the arguments this morning, the questions that my colleagues asked. I have been, from the beginning, very skeptical about this project for a number of reasons. And I think I've articulated those in the past. I am satisfied with the work administration has done in their role to protect the city. So as a governor, I'm satisfied that this agreement outlines the necessary steps to be taken and appropriately protects the city. I still cannot support the project, and I can't. It's not about the project. I can't support us going forward on this because I'm not going to support it likely in the end, and for a number of reasons. There's two significant ones that are somewhat local for me, in that there's been a lot of discussion of transit integration. And I know that is not decided yet, but in the world out there, when people hear about transit integration, a lot of feedback I got and continue to get is about how people feel that their own transit service is lacking, and they're anxious about the changes that we're making to the transit system. And frankly, I have a lot of people in Ward 5 who have lost their transit service, who are extremely anxious about that, who are getting a supplementary service, but who don't know what that looks and feels like yet, and who are, I would say, concerned about the focus of council on our transit system. You know, how can we make sure that we make the service that they get all right if our focus is not on, if we've moved on from concentrating on that. And I owe it to those people to make sure that they have, they're able to get to work and school on time reasonably before I can move on from that. The second piece is that to this day, I hear a lot of skepticism at best and cynicism at worst about the LRT construction. I have been supportive of West Valley Line. I will continue to be supportive of that. But again, with all those people who are skeptical about the project, who are perhaps impacted directly or indirectly by those significant infrastructure investments, I have to maintain my focus on those commitments that we have made to those people and the promise in the city plan and in the West Valley LRT plan of delivering on a higher and better land use, and frankly, a higher and better transportation system. So I really struggle to shift my focus from those high priority, high need items to something which, by and large, from the correspondence I received over the last week, and I'm talking 50 or so plus emails personally directed at me, asking me not to support this for a number of reasons that I'm not even articulating here today. I cannot support this moving forward. I hear a lot from the business community about how this is a great investment. I don't think my opposition to this will stand in the way of a good investment. I don't think a politician, frankly, has ever stood in the way of something like a good investment. But with that said, I cannot, in good conscience, support this project going forward when I know that there are people, not just in Ward 5, but across our city, who are still struggling to meet their basic transportation needs every day. So with that, I've said my piece and I'll listen to others.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you, sir. Again, at the committee meeting, heard a lot from the business community and Chamber of Commerce and everybody involved in there. And they showed a great, faith in this project. And just looking at it, we are not committing to anything. We are, it feels like a win-win situation. But for some reason, to me, it feels like it is just too good to be true. It's, the feeling among the people that in my area that I consulted, they were, it was that, once you're in there, it is not easy to put a hard stop to it. I guess then next time it'll be a little bit more, and after that it'll be a bit more. And also, I know administration has done a wonderful job explaining everything that we asked them to do, but I still am unsure about some of those pieces, transit integration and other levels of the government. And again, I am just skeptical that somebody coming out and saying we're spending $9 million on this, and then if you like it, you keep it. If you don't like it, then we'll scrap it. It is, again, just too good to be true for me. I would love to see our city doing good in the attractions portion. My only problem is I don't think I am willing and should be putting our taxpayers' dollars even at a little bit of a risk. So despite, I don't want to sound non-progressive, however, I think this is not the time to go with it. And so, needless to say, I am very hesitant to support it at this time, and knowing that eventually it would be difficult for me to support it in the future. So that's all. And again, no support from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks everyone for the comments so far. So my thought, when I've been thinking about this, and I feel like based on the emails I've received, it feels like people assume that this vote is about whether we're going to build a gondola or not. And I know it's been answered many, many times, even just in our conversation today, but I think it's very worth, again, saying that's not what council's being asked to do today. If that were the case, just to be fair, I'd be voting no. And the reason I'd be voting no is not because I think it's a bad project, but I just don't know enough about it. We're at the very beginning of a process, and so to say I love it or I hate it without any type of evidence feels really premature to make that determination. So why I'm going to be supporting this vote today is because I'd like to get that detail. I'd like to have that data. I'd like to make sure that I can justify why I will or won't support something like this in the future. And I mean, it's probably important to state that there's going to be a lot of new folks who'll make that decision, and I might not even be around for that decision. So I'm happy to allow future councils the opportunity to get that information to become informed. That to me is what we're discussing, and I don't really understand this sort of slippery slope argument that by saying yes today somehow pre-commits that there's no way that a future council can say no, or there's no way that administration can say no. I don't buy that for a moment, because the regulatory requirements that are in front of them still, and that will be in front of council in the future, are quite substantial. And I've never felt that in my time on council, that by allowing something to move to that stage, that I somehow had to then support it in the future. So that's, again, just not an argument I fully appreciate, and I understand that's been raised, but it's not something I can agree with. It feels a lot in my mind, and I know this, but the reason I give this example is I think about when we had that conversation about drainage in Epcor, and this will sound like an odd comparison, but it was a very complex project. And I know I was really annoying during that debate because there were like 3 or 4 decision points where I think other members of council were ready to move on, and I was not, because I didn't feel like I had the data and the analysis and the information to make an informed decision. And so we sent it back multiple times in very close votes each time to get to a point where I felt informed enough on a complex issue to make a decision. That's actually how I feel this situation is in the sense of that process. So I'm at the very early stages of a process that I would just like more information on. And while I appreciate the perspective raised a bit earlier about the ability to focus, I don't plan to spend a lot of time focusing on this project right now while other parties have to go and do that regulatory work and analysis. I'm going to continue to focus on all those other things. Like, I appreciate what Councillor Hamilton had raised around the importance of those other areas. That's still, something I'm focused on, because that's what's before us. That's our immediate piece. Again, what I'm seeing today, what I've read in the reports, what I've heard in the answers is, am I okay with somebody going to do the next phase of work and the next multiple phases of work with multiple check-in points and multiple opportunities for people to say yes or no? And so for me, that's why I'll be supporting this. There's just, I do not have data to give a good reason to say yes or no to building a gondola at this stage. I'd like to have data and analysis and information to make that decision. So that's why I'll support this today. Thank you. And again, just worth saying out loud, because it was already built into the principles a year ago, very much agree with all of those principles. And if anything were to come forward in the future, and if I were around for that, and they were somehow, there was an agreement or some type of check-in point that went against those principles, I wouldn't support it, because those principles I thought were quite rock solid, especially the one that says, we're not putting in money to it. This is not a priority in terms of using our own money. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
I guess I want to start with the reasons why I think we should continue to pursue this, because I think we should. And I'm going to say it from the perspective of the area that I represent, which is that Old Strathcona, which is in part that Old Strathcona area, which is an area for years that has spoken to frustration with their ability to connect to other parts of the city. And it's really easy to do by car, because we've done a pretty good job at creating that kind of connectivity. But it is not an easy job to do by transit. It is not easy to get to downtown by transit. You have to go around. It's 10 blocks either way round and a bus transfer to connect to a bus that will take you downtown. And this is not about adding more buses. This is a high-frequency route that is full. The number 4 bus runs full all the time. And it's still a 20, 30, 40-minute job to be able to get around by public transit, because we are missing a link. We have a link, it's the Walterdale Bridge, that is one way. And unless anybody wants to turn it into a two-way street, that link will always be broken. This is about connecting the 2 significantly densest and business-connected areas of our city together in a way that will allow people to move. And it's something that we don't have to do for ourselves. We were talking about putting a central circulator through that would do that. That is now off the table. And it would have had to go round in part, and it would have needed a new bridge, which is part of why it's off the table. So if somebody comes forward to us in the private sector and says, guys, we just want your permission to do this, it's not something that's going to take away from anything else that the city is going to do. To Councillor Hamilton's point, nothing is going to get moved that is going to impinge our ability to do exactly what we should be doing, and I completely support her in that, which is improving our public transit system elsewhere. But there is no way to improve the broken link in our public transit system that is not about linking to our system. It's about connecting people to people in 2 fairly dense neighborhoods that have high demand, and high demand for that transit service that really is only served right now by car. So I don't see why, if a private sector group wants to come forward and answer a need that we're not prepared to answer for ourselves at this point, and probably can't afford to answer for ourselves, so we wouldn't say to them, keep on exploring it. I think there's still a lot more hurdles to be gone over. I think the questions about the environmental impact is a valid one that needs to be looked at, but we need the data in front of us to do that, and we won't have that until the next stage, until that's done. And I think if the answers come back and say there's significant environmental problems with doing it the way it's proposed, that would probably be a stop. I mean, I think there are hurdles that have to be overcome here. But there are huge advantages to us in somebody else coming forward and say, we will deal with one of your problems so you don't have to worry about it anymore. And serving our citizens in a way that I think will be beneficial to the people that are living on both sides. And that's the primary advantage. That's the thing that is why the Downtown Business Association and the Old Strathcona Business Association come forward and say, please do this, because they understand how important it is to linking our two downtowns together and allowing people to move back and forth between them. And I don't, what really strikes me, and I love this city to death, but we have an awfully bad habit of finding reasons not to do things. It is part of our DNA, and I would really hope, whenever we actually do move ahead on problems and projects that are controversial, we always love them in the end, but the process of getting there, with all the reasons, we are really good at coming up and thinking of reasons not to move forward on some of these projects. And I think, somebody has to battle through that so that we can get to the point where we do some of these things and then we can fall in love with them, which we always do. So I'm supporting this. I recognize that it may or may not happen, that there's still a lot of hurdles that it has to reach, but I don't want to be the impediment. I think they have enough other impediments to jump over to do something that I think will be of real benefit to our city at no cost to ourselves. So I continue to support it. Obviously, if the environmental considerations come back and show that it's deeply problematic, that will be another checkpoint for me. But I don't have that in front of me right now, and I think I can see the huge benefits to our city of this happening, and I hope it happens, and I'm hoping that the obstacles in front of it turn out not to be obstacles. So I, for one, will not be an obstacle at this point, and will support this.
Thank you. So we've got 4 folks on the board plus Councillor McKean. I just want to check in now if, and we may not take the whole time, but we might go a bit over to finish this, just to flag. But think about that. Councillor Zadek is next.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to ask some questions today. I didn't feel that I needed to because there's been plenty of information and other good questions already asked and listened to the committee, and this has come before council before. So what we know right now is that we don't know everything, and I'm okay with that. If I say yes today, which is where I'm leaning, or already, unless the other councillors coming next convince me otherwise, I will, reconsider. But I'm comfortable with the information provided, knowing that many subsequent reports are still required. And I feel no obligation, if I say yes today on this matter, to say yes on the land use matter, or yes on anything else, notwithstanding the potential of new information to derail this whole project. But it would be premature to say no right now. So that's why I'm going to support this overall. It's been a bit frustrating with this project because there's intentional misinformation spreading, and I think that's problematic. And I think the tolerance of the public is limited in the sense that folks have other things to do than to stay in tune with all the nuances of our city council debates. So the first information that they receive, if it's not genuine, that's problematic. When I've spent a lot of the weekend explaining to people the nuances of the project, the pros and the cons, and there's pros and cons on both sides. I would present this information in a balanced way and say, sort of, what do you think now? 9 times out of 10, with just the introduction of some of the pros and dispelling some of the misinformation, people come on board with the idea of, okay, let's explore this further. And that's the stage that we're at right now, exploring this further. So I wanted to say that. I also want to say I think this is an unprecedented type of investment. This is very pro-business, if you want to put it in those contexts. But it's just, who else is putting forward a multi-$100 million project, private money during a pandemic? It's very interesting. It's traditionally would be in the space of the public sector to do this type of investment, but what we have here is completely different. It's being used with public sorry, if it was public dollars, it'd be completely different, and I probably wouldn't support this at this stage until I had further information. That's because there's a different standard. For spending public dollars, I'd want more information right now. But right now, private organization is saying, can we proceed with a little bit more certainty, but we're still assuming all the risk. So I think that's interesting. It's like with the A1 fitness facility that we hear about in North Edmonton. That's a private venture. I'm okay with exploring the idea of that going forward and seeing how a non-traditional funding for something that's traditionally in the public sector would be contemplated and potentially fulfill some of the needs of the public sector, which is my ultimate concern, is serving the citizens of Edmonton. I'm comfortable knowing that consultation will continue. I've had some discussion with Indigenous leaders, not representing any particular group, but leaders in various different Indigenous communities, and they've been supportive of this project. But I look forward to that being done completely properly with all the proper protocols and all the proper consultation that Prairie Sky will conduct and be reviewed by our city administration and ultimately end up on our desks as councillors. So I will recognize that there's room there where I'll set a pretty high bar to satisfy that ultimately. And all these considerations are pre-COVID. I just want to emphasize again that we're in the middle of a pandemic. Governments around the world are spending public dollars on similar, different, but very large infrastructure projects to stimulate the economy. We're going to need to do that a lot in Alberta, but in this instance, we have the private sector lending a hand. And we hear from our tourism folks that after COVID, people might not be coming to Edmonton as much as they used to, just as folks around the world are going to be traveling less. If this gives us a little bit of a competitive edge, I think that that's also important. From a lot of the renderings of the gondola, you see the cable cars up high in the sky, kind of eclipsing the high-level bridge. From my understanding, it's going to be closer to the ground as there's going to be stops within the river valley. I don't think it's going to impact the skyline unless you look at it from a certain angle, and it's not a bad or good impact. It's just it's a different sort of skyline, but it's not going to change our iconic views from Saskatchewan Drive to the downtown or vice versa. Okay, with 3 seconds left, I would just say that I encourage the councillors to be brave and go forward and say yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadig. Councillor Walters.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and Councillor Zadig. Those were all very excellent comments, I think. So I was thinking about this in terms of, what's the cost of saying no to this, and what would the cost of saying yes to this be for the city? What do we do when when a group of exceptional, reputable Edmontonians try to do something really creative? What do we do when our local BIAs and our economic development agencies and our tourism agency come and tell us how much they support this project as an excellent opportunity to build our city and to change a very important area of our city, an area that we've all yearned for change for some time in Rossdale and in the river crossing area. I asked myself, what do we do when we know that the significant due diligence of our administration has given this project, has given council some comfort in the steps that they've laid out here, that this isn't, as Councillor Knack has articulated, we're not jumping all the way to the end here and starting to book rides on a gondola. We're taking very deliberate steps that are, regulatory, based on required regulation for the most part. So very well done by our administration in terms of presenting this to council, in my opinion. And then, of course, this area of town being a very sacred area of town, and having the partnerships that the group has built with members of the Indigenous community to ensure that it gets done right and appropriately is also very important to note. So the cost of saying yes and no, as we think about all those things, are, I think, important for us as a group of leaders in our city to consider. So the support for the project to me is pretty vast and pretty clear. And when I think about, as Councillor Zadick articulated, the investment stimulus that comes as a result of this, all private sector investment, and the people that are involved in this are not sort of fly-by-night kind of daydreamer types. These are people who have built big infrastructure projects and been involved in major capital investments in our city and in other cities, and know that there's a lot more work that they have to do. They're not just going to come to the table to throw their money away and throw it down the drain to do something bad for the city. That there is a lot of due diligence left, and certainly the opportunity to catalyze the river crossing. I've been so passionate about that, and will remain passionate about that till I'm sitting on a patio drinking a beer in West Rossdale someday. I will not rest until that happens. As it relates to the opposition, I always say this because it's important, that I always respect and appreciate fierce protection that many in our city offer for our river valley. I haven't always agreed and voted the way that those folks have liked, but I've always respected them naming the risks because it is our most valuable resource, in my opinion. But many of those same people are behind the existence of the contemporary existence of our River Valley bylaw, which is an incredible policy that provides a regulatory framework, requiring environmental impact assessments to make sure that these projects actually don't have a negative impact on the valley. So we can't forget about the policy that we already have in place that is there to mitigate risks of any kind of application, whether it be a gondola or anything. I do appreciate skepticism and the rigor and all the questions that council members ask. That's our job. Detailed questions, hard questions. Sometimes for some, it feels like there's a we know better attitude than all these folks that are proposing this project. But I suppose that's okay too, in the big scheme of things. I think what our job is to ask those questions, but it's also our job to support our community leaders and support a community of innovation. I think it's our job to create a clear pathway for investment into our city. And I think we're doing that here through the steps that we're considering, that these steps that administration has laid out. And it's one step forward in many steps, as has been repeated many times today. So I will vote yes to this next step, and I will continue to support those leaders that are trying to do amazing things for our amazing city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger.
Thank you, and I'll pick up there. As I've contemplated this, realized that this idea became from a very grassroots idea. Someone had an idea, and they began to dream and think about what our city could be. And people came along and were skeptical, but when they understood the dream, they got on board. And then businessmen got on board, and then businesswomen who wanted to invest into this, who thought it was a worthwhile idea and could saw the benefits to the greater public. It makes me think of Hangar 11, where something we would love to have done as a city, but we don't have the dollars at this time to invest in that historical resource. But the private sector came along and did that. At this time, we need more private investment in our city, not less. And you know what? Sometimes their ideas may not have been the ideas we started with, but it doesn't mean it's a bad idea. This idea, I understand, aligns with many of our key strategic plans. It's connected in there. My job as a governor is to make sure that we consider the risk and we find ways to mitigate that. And I think it was Councillor Katarina that pointed out there was at least 14 more touch points in this for us to make those decisions. So at this point, I'm open to this possibility until I get further evidence. And I think the environment impact is very important. Many Edmontonians love our river valley. Some are purists and don't want any change. And some want more activation. And probably the truth lies somewhere in the middle of what we need to do. But at this point, I'm committed to protecting the river valley, but I don't have that information today. I want to hear the voices of Edmontonians, not just in an email circulation, but from true public engagement. And to hear the impact to the Indigenous community is so important, the broader Indigenous community. And I heard we're going to get that. So I think at this time, I think about this project and saying yes to it just opens the possibility for some more good work. You know, Councillor Hamilton made a point that she's focused on transit in her area. I'm focused on that in the Northwest, and I would love to see the Northwest LRT investment come. But if private investment did this, maybe public investment can do some of those key things that are important to many quadrants of the city. And I say at this point, it makes sense to go forward, get more information, and at any point we feel this is the wrong opportunity, we can say no. But at this point, I will say yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move to extend orders to complete this item.
Thank you. Second. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Is there any debate on that?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I would just say that we have our auditor recruitment committee starting at 12. I don't know if, obviously this is more important, but just I don't know if that needs to be flagged.
That's at 1, I think.
That's at 1.
Oh, okay. Good, I can have lunch
So as
then.
long as we
Thanks.
don't go an hour longer, which mathematically I don't think is possible, or emotionally possible, I think we'll be okay. Thanks for the flag. If there are no other flags, though, going once, going twice, I'll call the vote on extending the orders.
I was just going to say there's also an information session starting at 12:15 for council.
I think we'll be done by then, hopefully. I think we just got 2 more speakers, so at this point. So hopefully we'll be done. Okay, please vote to extend orders to complete this item.
Councillor Zadek?
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Katarina?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
We're good to go.
Thank you. Display the vote. And that's carried. Who can I pass the chair to between these
Councillor Henderson.
colleagues here? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. So interesting discussion. You know, it would be one thing if folks were coming to the city of Edmonton and said, hey, we got this great idea. All you need to do is spend $100 million. And I really feels to me like people are reacting to this as if that is the pitch. Out there in the public where information, as Councillor Zadek has mentioned, has been a bit fuzzy around this. Despite the best efforts of the city and the proponents to clearly communicate the principles that are at the heart of the agreement before us today. But what's actually happening here is someone coming and saying, hey, we think we want to spend $100 million or more in your community to do something cool that we think we can make work economically. But we've got to go through an immense amount of federal, provincial, and municipal red tape to get there. But we think it's worth checking out because we think it might be worth doing, because we think it might be economically viable. We got to study it more first, and we need to work with your officials to figure that out. Are you interested? And we already said yes to that once. And then now, after all of that next phase of diligence has unfolded, the folks who had the bright idea that came out of the Edmonton project and the hope that that engendered and the community that it's built, which is pretty robust at this point based on who came to speak at the committee, has said we want to study it further and we're prepared to put our own money up to the tune of, I've heard, $9 million worth of work to do the next stage of feasibility assessment on their dime. And the strongest argument against it that I've heard so far is, well, the city will have to spend some additional staff time working with them on that. But I think that argument is extremely problematic, because if we were to vote no on that basis, what signals does that send anybody else with a $100 million idea that requires a bit of staff time from the city of Edmonton to determine whether we want to work with you or not? Are we open for business or are we not? And it doesn't matter what the investment proposal is, this is what cities have to do. And we have all kinds of regulatory protection and policy in place to help us determine whether this is a good idea or not. And we're not making that decision today. We're deciding whether we're open for business or not. In respect of a proposal that happens to solve a whole bunch of challenges for the city of Edmonton about access in and out of Rossdale, connectivity between business nodes that Councillor Henderson spoke about, the opportunity to activate the power plant particularly, and the opportunity to create 800 construction jobs at this point. So those are all strongly in the plus column. The minus column could include serious issues arise during the Indigenous or community engagement. Serious issues arise during the technical review. Serious issues arise during the regulatory reviews with any order of government, including the ribbon of green, which is green tape, which is good in this case. It's got to pass all of those hurdles before they make a final investment decision. But if we want to make sure that they never get to the chance where they could make that decision, council should say no today. But I think that sends some tragic signals out there about our aspiration, our willingness to sit down with people who want to make an investment in our city and do something cool with their money. Be an entirely different thing if they were talking about ours. And sadly, that myth persists because it's a juicy myth that makes a much better argument against why this should happen. So we've heard lots of arguments about why it could happen, and we've heard lots of fears about how this could go wrong, all of which I'm convinced are going to be caught up in the next stages of the technical review. And finally, after all of that, decisions will need to be made, both by council and by the proponent. And there are reasons to give a technical no, and we don't know that yet, or to give an emotional no. And I get why we're hearing some of that today. And there may be opportunities to give a technical yes down the road. More work has to unfold at primarily other people's expense. But today, if it comes down to it, emotionally, I want to say, yes, we are open for investment that's transformational in our city and to big ideas and to playing them out to see if they actually work rather than hobbling them prematurely, which I think we'd be doing today if we said no. Take the chair back.
All yours.
Councillor McKean to close, if there's nobody else. Going once, going twice. Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to start with the moment I heard this idea. And I might have laughed out loud because I thought it was loopy to have a gondola in a prairie city. And then the information started to be passed over to me about some of the actual practical applications of a gondola and how it could potentially unlock Rossdale, or at least if we are successful in future in creating a citywide amenity down in Rossdale, it won't have to be congested with vehicles trying to get in and out, and we wouldn't have to build a parkade perhaps down in Rossdale. So those things started to change my mind, but I think that we have been blessed with all the information. We have been blessed with, and you know, thanks to Councillor Katarina, his questions about how many check stops there are ahead. So we're blessed with that information. But I fear that there's been a failure to communicate, perhaps nobody's fault. That there's still an idea out there in the public that council is considering this crazy loopy idea of a gondola in a prairie city. What is wrong with those folks? And they have not had the benefit yet of all the information we have. But I can tell you, having been around a long time, that is not unusual. I was privileged to be out with city folks on some of the public engagement that was done on the arena, downtown arena, long before it was built. And if you've been around, you know that was extremely controversial, and council was getting, I suspect, loads of email from people saying what a dumb idea it was. But when I went out to the public engagement, what I found was people, Edmontonians, who were thrilled with the idea. So I think sometimes the failure to communicate goes both ways. We hear from people who are extremely skeptical or cynical about the ways that we do our business at City Hall. And as Councillor Henderson points out, but down the road, they are thrilled to maybe go to a concert or a hockey game at the new downtown arena. I can tell you there was a huge controversy, much negative press and emails and communication to council over Churchill Square. And I've been in that portion of our city when there's been thousands of people in there celebrating, enjoying the heck out of Churchill Square. So, and there was one more story that really struck me before the last, the 2017 election. I was talking to a chap who is running a very successful tech innovation company at Edmonton, and we talked about some of the challenges of doing business in Edmonton. And finally, I said, by the way, what have we done right at City Hall? What do you like that we've done? He paused for a second. He said, those bike lanes. And I said, excuse me? And he said, yeah, the bike lanes are fantastic, and they're fantastic for the people that I want to hire for my business. So there's a lot of symbolism in what we do here. And the symbols, I think sometimes we think, are only negative around these major projects, whether they're publicly funded or privately funded. And we lose the plot a little bit, or we see what I think are false dichotomies. DBA was in front of us supporting this. Well, the DBA doesn't want us to stop working on the problems of homelessness and social disorder, while we also look at a possible future gondola. I don't think those are real. And I just, on loopy ideas, I would remind this council that the biggest tourism attraction in Edmonton has involved such loopy ideas as a replica of a Christopher Columbus ship inside a mall, along with an amusement park inside a mall. Those from the outside sound absolutely loopy, but people from inside Edmonton and out of Edmonton have loved them. Keep your minds open, please. Let's get to the next 14 stages on this project. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKean, for that. Please vote.
No.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Thank you, Councillor Katarina. We have all the votes.
No, Paquette.
Oh, hang on, wait, sorry, don't display the vote. Councillor Paquette, was that you? I need
Councillor Paquette, are you there?
clarification, please.
Oh, that was a no from Paquette.
No from Paquette. Okay, noted.
Thank you.
Display the vote.
We have all the votes.
That carries 8-5. All right, let's leave it there until 1:30, where we'll pick up with the second item of business. Thank you.
turning the YouTube.
Good afternoon. We'll call back to order in a moment here. No, I'll flag it. Or do you have the title for it?
Which one? The one that we just had, the meeting we just had?
Yes. Yes.
Recruitment update.
City auditor recruitment update. Okay, well, I'll call us to order and roll call us, and then we do have an item to add to the agenda based on some work over lunch. So this time I will start with Councillor Walters.
I am here, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Banga.
Present, good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Can see you with my own eyes. Councillor Katarina.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Zadig.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Henderson.
Mostly present.
Makes 1.5 of us. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Nickel.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. That's a full deck. Almost. Okay, so we do need to add a, is that one a private or a public? Is that a 9.5?
It's a private from committee, and then depending on what council wants to do after it goes in private, we may want to make it public afterwards.
Okay, so it is an update from the City Auditor Recruitment Committee. Item 9.5. It does include some just recently blessed materials that will populate in your agenda management system shortly here. But I do need a motion to add the item so that we can deal with it at either today or on Wednesday.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson, seconded by Councillor Cartmel. Please vote to add 9.5 to the agenda.
Yes, Paquette.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yes, Walters.
Thank you, Councillor Walters.
Yes, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Just one more.
There you go.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously. Next up is item 6.8, the traffic bylaw changes, bicycle safety passing protocols, which came up from Community and Public Services Committee. Councillor Paquette, can I go to you for a chair report?
Sorry, I missed the last part of what you said.
Just any introductory remarks you would have on behalf of the committee?
Not really. We had a bit of discussion, passed unanimously, and just recommending it to council.
All right.
I'm prepared to move the recommendations.
Councillor Henderson is prepared to put the recommendation on the floor. Thank you. Is there a seconder for that?
Second.
Councillor McKean seconds. Okay, so this had been selected by Councillor Banga. Go ahead. Oh, yes, Councillor Banga. Go.
Thank you. So I just was looking at the motion there, two-part motion recommendation. The first part, obviously, we are asking our own administration to draft a bylaw. And in the second part of the recommendation, we are trying the other route of going through the province to endorse that, I guess, province-wide probably. But is it put in the cart before the horse, or administration's point, from their point?
Your questions for
Councillor Banga,
administration?
Jessica Lamar from Safe Mobility here. Just a thought that this is a both and approach. So moving forward, new pieces in our own municipality, but then continuing to advocate for those safer practices across the province as well, which of course we can only do through advocacy with the province outside of our own municipality.
Okay. In the Calgary bylaw, did they had any issues with the province over this? Like just uniformity, like, let's say somebody from Okotoks goes in there and for the enforcement and or understanding of this bylaw?
Councillor, from our understanding, there were no concerns raised with us directly around the implementation in those particular issues. Of course, it is, incumbent upon us as a municipality to educate and communicate well about this, not unlike the other specifics to our roadways that may be unique to us and not consistent across the province.
Okay, well, then that answered my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on this one? Anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Henderson to close.
Yeah, just really quickly, this is really about creating some clarity around something that's already in the provincial rules. Most other provinces have already created this clarity, so I think, being able to say, I think is in everybody's interest to actually define this. Calgary, I think it was unanimously supported in Calgary, and it's mostly an educational tool as much as anything else. And I think Calgary would really appreciate us joining their suggestion that the province probably needs to build this, as other provinces have done, into their own Traffic Safety Act. But I think in the meantime, this is a step that will actually help folks within the city of Edmonton understand what the rules are. And hopefully, ultimately, I think it's useful as well to back the pitch to the province that probably ultimately this should be province-wide. But in the meantime, I think certainly in our large urban centers, this makes absolute sense, and this will help our drivers and our riders, and give some clarity about what safe passing distance actually is.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Paquette.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Katarina. Councillor Zadek?
Yes,
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. And that's carried unanimously. Next is 6.9, Vehicle Noise Enforcement Pilot Program Results and Next Steps. Also came up from a Community and Public Services Committee report, but looks like without a recommendation. Councillor Paquette, if you're there.
Yeah, on this one, it was just a matter of basically running out of time. Plus, there was a little bit more input that I think administration was receiving before bringing it to council, and so here it is for your consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Banga, you'd selected this?
Mr. Mayor, we do have a brief...
Oh, you do?
We do have a brief verbal presentation.
Sure. All right, let's get that.
Including some information we got from Calgary, which was raised by one of the speakers last week. And just before I pass it over to Mr. Aiken, just to let council know, for questions, we do have staff here from Edmonton Police Service, from City Operations, from Legal Services, and of course our own Community Standards and Neighborhoods. So over to David.
Thanks, Rob. The report before council today is the third report on enforcement strategies to reduce vehicle noise within Edmonton. Over the past few years, community standard peace officers have redeployed resources to address vehicle noise in addition to working closely with the Edmonton Police Service. Recent joint operations with the police service have been successful in curbing noise violations compared to previous efforts. Administration certainly recognizes the significant disturbance caused by excessive vehicle noise and is committed to continuing that work and approach that was found to be successful during the pilot. Community standard peace officers will continue to be proactive in dealing with noise violations and vehicle equipment deficiencies. Administration will continue to seek support from the Edmonton Police Service on joint operations on public streets and within our business zones to reduce the negative impact of noise. In follow-up to the suggestions made at the February 17th committee meeting, administration found that there was no ability to seize license plates or impound vehicles as a result of excessive vehicle noise. However, there is an ability to seize vehicles and take tougher action on vehicles with equipment deficiencies. So in moving forward, we will continue to review technology, other municipal approaches, and the complaint data that the city collects, and further results from the ongoing peace officer efforts and joint efforts with the Edmonton Police Service will be shared publicly. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Councillor Banga, you'd selected this.
Sure. I'll ask a couple of questions. I'm looking at the number of enforcement versus number of tickets versus warnings. Would somebody be able to tell me what those warnings, like what's the criteria?
Councillor Banga, obviously the work of noise enforcement is new to the peace officer area. It's just a new responsibility that we looked at through the pilot. And so, it was early days, early steps for us. And so some of those warnings could have resulted in excessive noise where we felt that, the size of the muffler, whether it was expanded or not, may or may not have met the threshold of, a violation ticket or things like that. And so obviously, our primary role is to seek compliance, voluntary compliance, educate, awareness, but certainly we've heard loud and clear that council wants additional enforcement action. And so through the efforts of Project Tensa with the Edmonton Police Service, those joint operations and the other operations just by the peace officers, we always try to balance where, warning, because some people may have purchased a vehicle unbeknownst to them that it is causing or it's in violation of the law. And so we provide that opportunity for corrective action. But where we feel that it's a clear violation, then certainly we can look at it.
Okay. And this Project Tensa there, in your mind, how successful was it? Like the number of complaints reduced? Did they?
I can't speak for the Edmonton Police Service. It may be Inspector Johnson can speak to the Edmonton Police thoughts. But initially, I think the redeployment of peace officers to take on this new responsibility was successful. Our numbers seemed very good for the effort that we were able to provide to it. I think the joint operations were tremendously successful. I think, as the report points out, it will become a core mandate of our community standard peace officer area. So you'll see that ongoing into the future, whereas before, historically, it was the purview of the Edmonton Police Service. And we felt that with the Edmonton Police Service support, we'd like to continue these joint operations because we think it really has been making a difference. So with that, I'll turn it over to Inspector Johnson.
Yes, thank you, David. And Councillor Banga, fully support the continued partnership with the city in regards to Project Tensor. We're looking forward to initiating it again this spring through Staff Sergeant James McLeod of the Traffic Enforcement section, as well as Staff Sergeant Dan Furman from the Specialized Traffic section. Just in regards to whether or not it's successful or not, I would say yes. I mean, a lot of times the numbers, what is success? But the main thing is that very few cities have that robust noise bylaw and the technology that we utilize in regards to issuing those enforcements. So we plan on continuing that, as well as when you talk about, whether or not we're issuing tickets or not, we also do have the ability to give something what's called a notice to people, basically compelling them to get their equipment fixed as well. So it's not necessarily, there's always something that goes along with the warning as well. Hopefully that assists.
Yeah, it does. And another question for you, Inspector Johnson, is what do we need to have a motor vehicle that's contravening this bylaw seized?
Essentially, as far as us seizing actual vehicles, I mean, there's a number of reasons how we can seize a vehicle, whether it's a criminal offense or there's no insurance, impaired driving, etc., seizing a vehicle after a major collision for mechanical. But in this particular case here, as far as us actually seizing vehicles, there's only a couple real reasons or criteria that we can go by. And number one is that if it's a salvage vehicle, meaning if it's been previously written off, that's one reason that we would seize the vehicle. The second one is that if it's so beyond repair, that we would actually seize it at that time. Third one is if the vehicle is unregistered. Now that one, the courts are asking us to be very, very flexible in regards to that, because if you forget to register your vehicle on February 1st and then you get pulled over on February 2nd, we would deem that not to be reasonable to seize your vehicle at that time. But a lot of cases, we don't have a province where our insurance and our registration is linked together, because you do require insurance to get registration, but you don't necessarily require registration to get insurance. So that's something where we need to be a little bit flexible with that. And then lastly, again, I go to that notice of direction. That gives us the ability to follow up. And my traffic enforcement people are really, really good with that, where they will, if they see a lot of deficiencies based on that they pulled somebody over for a noise violation, but they do see, as David said, bigger mufflers, or there's tinted windows, or there's a myriad of items, we will give that notice of direction, compelling them to fix it, and we will follow up on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Thank you. David, Mr. Aitken. A couple things. I wondered if it would be possible to work with communications and send a memo to council. I hope I don't need a motion for this, but if it's necessary, I'll do it. Just on what the plans are for this coming season, because inevitably we're going to get a bunch of emails with upset people because of vehicle noise. So that would be great. Could that be done?
Oh, absolutely, Councillor. So we will update council on this summer's activities, but also as part of the report, it talks about a publicly facing dashboard so that we can see the numbers and the effort that we're putting towards it, and we can monitor that.
Yeah, I also think a press release at some point, if you have a number of charges to remind the public that this is going on, is not a bad way. So I have a question. because in the years past, one of the problems was there wasn't a lot of complaints because people, you know, the car, truck, or motorcycle is sort of long gone, and they didn't see a reason to call. Is there any advantage for us to tell people to, well, take the time to call 311 about when it happened and where it happened? Would that data be helpful?
Yes, Councillor, I think that data would be helpful. We found the data that we received from those static units that we had out in the mobile unit provided us good real-time data. So I think you're right, citizens may not call in anymore because the result is they don't see a lot of enforcement action, but if they do complain, it certainly goes into our consideration of where and when we deploy our resources. So I do think it's something.
Yeah, it's good to know, and I will encourage that, and I hope other councillors will too, just to figure out where the hot spots are. After hours is of real interest to me. I mean, I've seen EPS check stops on noise done before sort of a Saturday afternoon or a Sunday afternoon, but I can tell you the violations that we hear about and the violations I hear personally tend to be Thursday, Friday, Saturday night after 10 o'clock. And do we have the potential with our peace officers and working with the police to do some work in and around the hot spots and catch some of these folks that maybe, you know, I think they're stunting, they're revving and roaring and that sort of thing in the downtown or White Avenue. Can we do that?
Councillor, I believe so. I think we're fairly new to the game, and based on at committee, we had some business representatives come and talk about the concern they have within the BIAs, not just on other public streets. So I think after hours or late in the evening is some prime time where we can catch offenders. So I think we need to be nimble enough to set up those sorts of operations with the support from the Edmonton Police Service. And so I think as we learn and do more in this realm of noise enforcement, we'll get more sophisticated, more targeted where the concerns are.
So in the past, especially around specific to motorcycles, we had to have this really high-tech roadside test. Are we now able to have an officer swear that there was a loud noise and give a ticket rather than having to have an exact decibel reading, whether it's a car, a truck, or a motorcycle?
So when it comes to enforcement, right now, the Edmonton Police Service still do the motorcycle testing and enforcement. Within our bylaw, we still have provisions where there's a subjective test and an objective test. The objective one speaks to the decibel level. The subjective one just talks about whether an individual felt it was excessive. So we still have that. And I do think, though, that as we move forward and we see what works well and what doesn't work well, we can work closely with our law branch to tweak some of the legislation that we currently have to make sure that it's solid and we can use it at the appropriate time.
But if you see, or there's, it's obvious there's a very noisy vehicle and it's pulled over and they have some sort of obviously altered exhaust, from what Inspector Johnson was saying, they can be given a notice and they'll have to comply. They'll have to reappear somewhere to show that they changed that muffler to make it not as loud.
Yeah, I can maybe answer that.
Sure.
Probably a little bit better with the traffic enforcement people to answer, but the main issue, yeah, it's something where we're giving a notice and order, and then it's up to us to be proactive and then following that up, because a lot of times if we do pull that vehicle over again, well, then we're starting to get to that line of being crossed as far as compliance with the notice that was given.
Great. Thank you. I'm out of time.
Councillor Henderson.
I was going to follow up. I'll follow up on that in a sec. My first question, and Mr. Akin, I would say what's good news about this is that we now feel that we can use our peace officers to enforce under the Traffic Safety Act, correct?
That is correct.
Not just our own bylaw, which means that this question of modifying a muffler to make noise is something we can enforce, not just the police, correct?
That is correct.
So are we doing training with our folk around that? Because, I mean, one of the things that's always been said to me is that any, with a little bit of knowledge, you can tell very quickly whether a muffler's been modified. So will we be giving our folk training so they can see that? Because at that point, actually, ironically, the amount, according to the Traffic Safety Act, it's not the amount of noise, it's the fact that it's being altered at all to make any noise is the real point there, correct? So it's the alteration that they should be able to see. So are we training our guys to do that?
Absolutely. So as you know, we started this work on the pilot a couple of years ago, and so before we started, our staff have taken that training. So that is in place. It's happened, and it will be ongoing as we move forward.
Okay. So I guess then the next thing, and this has been the battle all the way along, is just the amount of enforcement we do. So I'm hearing at this point that we can add our people to the police, continue to work with them, but we will be out there doing more enforcement than we have traditionally?
Well, absolutely. Through the pilot, we saw the results from the peace officers very, very impressive. I was impressed at the number of tickets and incidences that they were able to identify and take action on. And now it'll become a core mandate of our community standard peace officers. And so I would see an increase in our efforts out on the streets.
Okay. So if we give a warning, there is an expectation with the warning that the modification to the equipment be reversed. So what are we doing to follow up to make sure that that actually happens? And linked to that, because in the past it was my understanding we weren't keeping a record if we'd been giving warnings or tickets before. So there was no way when you pulled them over the second time, because the information didn't show up, that it was time to up our game on that. So is there a way to address that? Because otherwise, they're just going to keep on driving around in circles, and we'll give them warnings each time or a ticket each time, and there'll be no escalation. And I think the escalation is probably important. So how are we going to deal with that?
Yeah, a great question, and we'd certainly be working closely with our friends at the Edmonton Police Service. But as you know, our peace officers gave out over 100 notices for equipment deficiencies to get those corrected. Gave out more than that when it came to tickets just by ourselves, and also a similar number for warnings. So I think as we move forward, we need to make sure that people are making those changes, and we're following up, not only just with the individuals, but also industry folks who install those mufflers to advise them that where there's more of a concentrated effort in that area, and ensuring that if there are any sort of loopholes or things that we need to follow up on, that we have a process in place to do that.
Is there a way when we give out our warnings that we can give out the warning provisionally on them getting it fixed, and if they don't get it fixed, it turns into a ticket?
I'll actually ask Inspector Johnson to answer that question if he can.
Yeah, that's something where I'll probably have to take it away, but in most cases it would be just issued another ticket for that equipment violation, because then we also have to go back to the TSA rules as whether or not we can seize in the first place. Because even to give you an analogy, people are speeding 51 kilometers above Henday. We're not allowed to seize a vehicle right now.
No, my point is, we have no way of making sure when we give them a warning, not a ticket, that we give them a warning that in actual fact they do anything about it. And I'm wondering if what we can do is a warning that is provisionally, or a ticket that's provisional, and if they can get back to us within 2 or 3 weeks and show that they've removed the modification of the muffler, that ticket turns into a warning. It's something along those lines, because I think at this point we have people that are prepared to risk getting ticket after ticket after ticket, and the reality is we're not catching them often enough for that to make a difference, and there's no downside to them doing it. Anybody who's stupid enough to spend that kind of money to take a perfectly good muffler and take it off is not going to be scared about a $250 ticket. So we need a way of upping our game, and it's the follow-up piece that worries me, because I think a lot of people are just thumbing their nose at us, quite frankly. So I'm just wondering how we can address
Councillor,
that.
I have one of our managers for our peace officer area, Kevin Tumulty, that may be able to answer that question on the line.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, just kind of building off the notice of direction. So typical for a traffic stop for one of our members would be to obviously issue a ticket for the offense they stopped, and giving a warning would be part of that notice of direction, which does provide basically the ability for that officer to follow up at a time that is listed on that notice of direction. Should the driver of that vehicle not reattend that date that has been preset, more enforcement action is taken by another ticket. So
we are doing that follow-up? I'm out of time, but,
yes, we are.
okay, thanks, I'm out of time.
Councillor, we'll need a second round.
I'll move a second round.
Or do you have questions, Councillor McKean?
You know, I was going to move the recommendation and speak to it.
Okay, then we don't need a second round. Councillor McKean, to put the recommendation on the floor, go ahead.
Yes, I will move that item, and I suspect Councillor Henderson might want to second it.
I will second the receipt for information with some reluctance, only because I'm hoping that we get real action, but I'll speak to it as well. I don't have an alternate.
In speaking to it, jumping ahead of Councillor Henderson, I know the councillor's been a real pain over the years, and justifiably so, I think. And I have been as well on this issue, because every spring, our phones start to ring and our email boxes start to fill up with complaints from people whose lives are significantly disrupted by this. So I wanted to say that I understand that the automated enforcement pilot didn't work out. And I wanted to say that I think that is totally okay, that we should be able to pilot or prototype things, and they're not all going to work. And I'm like I say, I'm totally okay with that. Maybe there'll be some new technology down the road that will work, but there's been good work on this by our folks, Mr. Aitken's folks, and the EPS on this. And so I wanted to thank them for that. It feels like we're starting to tip into better days on this issue. I'm just hoping that we could do some late in the evening enforcement, because I think that's would make a real difference when I think people assume there's no cops around and there's no bylaw officers working anymore, so they can just tear up and down White Avenue or Jasper Avenue or 109th Street or Grote Road or 105th Street coming into downtown. There's a lot of routes they use. Victoria Park Road is another one, their favorite part of their route. And and again, I would just say that I get it. I appreciate people who love cars and trucks and motorcycles. I actually got waved into a motorcycle check stop last year. And as soon as they saw that it was a dad's motorcycle I was riding, they sort of waved me away. So I didn't even have to be tested. So I know that's a bit of a pain for people, but there may be a day ahead where we don't have to do that at all. We don't have to do that sort of enforcement, but appreciate it, Mr. Aitken. Inspector Johnson, appreciate the work by you and your team at EPS, and crossing my fingers for a quieter summer, because with the pandemic, fewer cars on the road last spring and summer, it was not good. And so I'm hoping it'll be better this year, but thanks for all your work. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I mean, it's a drag that the automatic equipment didn't work. Not a huge surprise, but it would have made life easier, but c'est la vie, we don't have it. I just want to echo Councillor McKean. I mean, one of the frustrations about this is that it is a somewhat localized problem, and I think it does exist across the city, but it's particularly prevalent in our two highest density neighborhoods. And I'm always struck by people, the weekend warriors who take out the whatever it is that has the souped up muffler on it, and say, oh, no, not to worry, I'm always really quiet and careful when I'm leaving the neighborhood. And so they won't do it at home, but they'll more than happily go to another part of the city and drive around at 10, 11, 12, 1, 2 in the morning to places where thousands of people are living and are remarkably unconscious of the fact that they're doing something to them they would never do in their own neighborhood. If we want people to live in those areas, if we want people to enjoy those areas, this is a problem we have to find a way to deal with. And we know from last summer when we did do some work that it did improve things, and White Avenue got seriously out of hand, and to the point where some of the stunting had become dangerous. And I think some of the collisions that we had late at night in that area came from the clustering of vehicles there that were that we're stunting, we're doing all sorts of other things, but completely disturbing the peace as well. And really ruining the ability of other people to be able to enjoy our city the way everybody should be able to enjoy it. So I'm really encouraged by the fact that our peace officers are now going to be able to use what is a much simpler tool, which we could have, which, a lot of people have been arguing we should have been using all the way along, which is the Traffic Safety Act, and that we're confident that we can do that. I think that will make a difference. And the more people we can out there doing it at the times of the day and in the places where the biggest problems are, I think the better. But we're kidding ourselves if we think we're going to make any real progress unless we're really prepared to step up and do some enforcement around this. And I think that's always been, we've always, I think, played at enforcement in this area. The police have always felt they had more important things to do. We felt we didn't have the jurisdiction. So if we can really step up and do some meaningful enforcement about this, that will make a big difference. And I think more to the point, we have to make sure that enforcement has some teeth. So if we're just giving out warnings in the hope that someone's going to take off the modification, I think we're kidding ourselves. If we're not prepared to follow up, we're not prepared to make sure there's a cost for ignoring the warning or ignoring that first ticket, if we're not prepared to make sure that people actually comply, then we're going to be spending an awful lot of time and effort not making any progress, because I think they will continue to take the risk that they won't be caught a second time. So I really, really encourage us to make sure that we do those follow-ups and make sure that we understand when people are the second and third offender. We understand when someone's given a warning and doesn't follow up. Because according to the Traffic Safety Act, these are illegal vehicles if they're being modified in the ways that we're talking about. And we need to make sure, yes, maybe we can't pull them off the road right away, but if they continue to ignore the fact that they are illegal vehicles under our Traffic Safety Act, I think we have to be able to make it cost. And I would really encourage us to make sure that we have the tools to do that, to make sure that they follow up. And then the real test, I would hope, is unfortunately, we cannot use the number of complaints as a measure because people have given up complaining out of frustration. But I think the real test over time needs to be that we have quieter roads. And ironically, the point where we're doing a lot of enforcement and tickets are going down, we will know we'll be successful. And we should be able to get a sense in these neighborhoods of when peace and order has been restored in them. I'm not sure that the number of tickets given out is really the best test, because that tells us we still have a huge problem. It's going to be something that we need to measure in the short term in order to get us where we want to go. But the ultimate aim of this has to be that people in these neighborhoods can get a good night's sleep, and that people can sit on White Avenue and have a conversation with the person in the patio across from them without having to be drowned out by the idiot that drives by them and thinks that they're more important than they are. So I hope we will step it up. I think that's going to be the real key for this summer. I hope we'll step it up in terms of our enforcement with the police. And I'm hoping that we actually really do follow up to make sure that they're not just blowing us off and going around the corner and laughing at the fact they've only got a warning or it's just a $250 ticket. I think we're going to have to make sure that the scofflaws actually pay. So that being said, I will reluctantly receive this for information.
Well, thank you, Sheriff Henderson. There's that great cover of the Sun from back in the day with Councillor Henderson.
And that was 13 years ago.
And that was 13 years ago, so here we are at it still. Anybody else before we vote? What they said. Please vote.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Zadick and Councillor Caterina. Councillor Banga?
I'm a yes. Technology doesn't work.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. We are unanimously informed. All right, we're at the motions pending now. Councillor Zadick on 8.1, developer installed neighborhood entrance signs, installation and maintenance.
Thank you. That was a bit quicker than I thought we would get to. Let me just reread it in here. Okay, I have it. Okay. That administration prepare a report addressing the installation and maintenance of developer-installed neighborhood entrance feature signs, addressing 1, design regulations during initial construction, 2, options to restore or remove signs in disrepair. And I need it seconded.
Second.
Seconded
Thank
by
you.
Councillor Knack. Carry on
Okay.
introducing it. Go ahead.
And I'll introduce it now. So you either would know about this issue or you might not. I think it's more of a suburban problem because that's where these signs mostly exist. They're the feature signs that were installed by developers, often on private property as you enter a neighborhood. Often they also don't even correctly identify the name of the neighborhood, but rather it's a, a marketing name that's used to make the neighborhood more attractive. But that's another issue. If this motion passes, what we need to do, in my opinion, what the report would look like is we'd complete an inventory of where these signs exist and which ones are in disrepair. The ones that are in disrepair look really bad. The ones that are in disrepair are typically the ones where the letters for the neighborhood are protruding versus cast into the actual sign, which can be done either through tiles or embedding into concrete. So the ones that look bad, like say Castlewood, for example. Castlewood's not even the proper name of a neighborhood, but the letters have been peeled back over time, and there's just a semblance of the name right now. What's the issue with that is it's from a broken windows theory perspective, it just doesn't set the right stage for entering a neighborhood, in my opinion. So it's a community standard issue. And while these are often located on private property, I think that in the same way that our zoning bylaw allows us to regulate signs and signage, that these likely could fall under a category of signs, and therefore we could have some regulations around it. So ultimately, you know, this report might make suggestions that during neighborhood renewal, the signs that are in disrepair are fixed at the city's expense, but then put into a way that they can't easily be vandalized, or that the signs are just outright removed. There's plenty of options, and I look forward to administration engaging with stakeholders, including the property owners that have these encumbered on their land right now, and community leagues, and see what's the best solution. But I think the standard right now, where in new developments, these will continue to go up and they'll continue to be vandalized, in my opinion, is problematic. And really the issue right now is because the city doesn't own the signs, that's why we're not repairing them. So I'm just identifying a gap here. There's no one to maintain them really. So with that, I will take questions.
Thank you. I see questions from Councillor Carmel. Go ahead.
Thank you. To the mover, I generally support this. We have the same issues in a lot of the neighborhoods I represent. I'm wondering if there's a third sort of category that, if you've considered, that is those signs that have been damaged as part of a vehicle collision or damaged by snow clearing or landscaping equipment that live in this same sort of world of uncertainty as to who's responsible for repairing damage to such signs, or do they come out, or that kind of a thing. If that would be something you'd contemplate as perhaps a friendly addition to your motion.
Yeah, so I'm just, if administration wants to weigh in, or if they think that the 2 points here capture that, I kind of think that point 2 options to restore or remove signs could address that, but I don't want to get hung up on the technicality. So if anyone from administration can weigh in on if what Councillor Carmel should be explicitly stated, then I would be happy to have this amended.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a response to that, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor?
From either from Mr. Corbould or
just
from
to be clear, Councillor Carmel raised a concern, and I'm saying that I think it's captured in the motion as stated, but if there's an alternate opinion from administration, I'd be happy to address that.
Yeah, I think if the disrepair arises presumably from any of those things, not just age, but also wear and tear in civic life. If that's your interpretation, I guess just to verify that's administration's copacetic with that.
That would be our interpretation as well.
Okay, so as they are damaged by all acts of nature and God and man. Okay, Councillor Essinger.
Thank you. This will be to the mover. You referenced doing an inventory on the number of signs, and this motion doesn't say that as far as I understand. So is that something you were hoping to gather, or?
I don't want to tell administration how to go about doing it, but I did reference an inventory in my speaking notes there for introducing it. I just assumed that that would be the first course of action to find out where these are. I don't think it needs to be explicit in here, but if you think it should be, I'm happy to amend it.
Well, I don't understand the scope of the challenge, and maybe administration would speak to that. I don't know if this is 300 signs or 10.
Councillor Esslinger, we would certainly look at an overall inventory of, of the signs that are out there, as well as what would be required in terms of a maintenance program should we need to tackle this. So that would be part of the work that we would do.
Perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Anyone wishing to speak? Maybe I'll just pass the chair to Councillor Henderson for a moment. Just to flag, I think this was, I have like a very fuzzy memory of this from 10 or 12 years ago. I think I remember Councillor Anderson asking a similar question about disrepaired entrance markers at that time. And so there may be some existing work on this. It's just worth a look in the files, and that may include some of the inventory components. So if it's possible not to start from scratch, just this is the value of institutional memory, but it's also when these things come around for the second time, that's confirmation that it's time to go for me. So anyway, I really appreciate this coming forward though, because it's unfortunate that they do reflect poorly on the city, even though they're not properly civic infrastructure. And I remember that was a big part of the tension when we did look at this before. And to take them on represents a significant liability for the city. Sometimes there's a homeowners association that can take some role in this, and then there needs to be role clarity for everybody around that. And then sometimes there isn't, though, and there are sort of remnants, and so it's worth a look, and I appreciate Councillor Zadok bringing this forward. Now, of course, support it and look forward to getting the information. Leave it there, take the chair back, and see if there's anybody else before we go to Councillor Zadok. Seeing none, Councillor Zadok to close.
Thank you. I won't say much more. Just I don't think this would be too onerous for administration, although I don't want to underestimate the work. Really, I think we need to get into a situation where these aren't just constructed as of right by the developers. Should be some attention paid to the proper name that our naming committee and council has passed for new neighborhoods. That should be reflected on signage. We control other signs. It's just about community standards and addressing the issue, which I'm fine with removal if that's what it is, of signs that are in disrepair right now. And yeah, hope for everyone's support and look forward to the report. Thanks.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, just putting it come in, I'm a yes.
Thank you. Councillor Banga?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Katarina?
Yes, for me as well.
Thank you. And Councillor Essinger?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously. Next is item 8.2, Councillor Paquette's potential impacts to City of Edmonton headwaters. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Motion is that administration, in consultation with EPCOR, return to the Utility Committee with a report on the following: the potential impacts to City of Edmonton headwaters that may result from the 4 currently approved coal mining projects and for future mining projects should the government of Alberta choose to rescind the 1976 coal mining policy. An outline of tools the municipality has to protect these headwaters, including but not limited to mitigation for potential impact of high rates of selenium in our water supply, and the possibility of the municipality working in regional partnership
to seek intervenor status with provincial government. Recommendations on the feasibility of developing a headwater protection strategy for the city of Edmonton. And two, that the mayor on behalf of city council write a letter to the provincial government to request municipalities be consulted as stakeholders on future coal policy change.
Hell yeah, seconded.
I'll second it. Oh, okay.
I'll second that. Okay, thank you, Councillor Paquette. Introducing it, go ahead.
Yeah, just it's very self-explanatory, but ensuring safe water is a basic responsibility of government, and I want to make sure that we're being proactive and checking all the boxes on this. I mean, can you imagine if anything were to happen and we hadn't done any of this work? And I think that ensuring the people of the city have a voice over development that could potentially impact them, or the ribbon of green that runs through our city, is very important. And last but not least, ensuring the fiscal security of our city should we have to upgrade water treatment infrastructure, or the reputational impact if anything were to happen to our water and we were not prepared. So, people care about the potential consequences to leasing our lands for coal mining. I've heard that folks think this, it's so important that they've written to me en masse, I'm assuming to you as well. And the province has already declared that they're going to be seeking consultation. So it's probably fairly important that we be a part of that. So basically the motion is also meant to signal to the province that municipalities are the province's major stakeholders, and we have a responsibility to ensure our resources are protected, so we need to be at the table. Edmonton's depend on our clean, protected headwaters for future generations, and for the biodiversity that we all share and treasure, and I want to know what powers we have as a city to protect those resources on behalf of Edmontonians.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, and I'm perhaps to the mover. One of the things that I've become aware of in part of all of this conversation is that one of the potential mines in our headwaters already has permission to do exploration that will not necessarily vanish currently with the removal of the reinstatement of the 1976 rules, and I'm wondering if we want to make some kind of. I'm wondering if you considered something, or if there was a reason you didn't consider something that puts a moratorium on that piece of the puzzle until the consultation happens. Because the reality is, they can continue to do exploration. I suppose it's at their own risk. But my understanding is if they did exploration and the exploration showed that there was value there, it's going to be much more expensive for the province to get out of it after the fact. So I'm just wondering if you considered something around that as part of the motion.
Yeah, I considered a lot more than actually put into this motion, but I wanted to keep it palatable for council. But if council is amenable, and if you have something to that effect, I'd be happy to consider that friendly.
Well, it would probably be part of part 2 of what the mayor might write, that they consider a moratorium on the exploration until such time as consultation can be completed.
Yeah, that's an amendment I'm absolutely happy to entertain.
I think it is substantive, though, so I think we should work through it as
Sure.
formal wording.
I'll propose that as an amendment then. Sorry, I don't have wording. Did you catch the gist of?
Maybe
Yeah.
I'll just ask a couple of questions while you work up the wording, maybe, which means I can still pass you the chair if you don't have an amendment on the floor quite yet. So somehow I'm on there twice. Mr. Corbould, appreciate you and I have had a few conversations about this issue as it has bubbled up, so to speak, and at your discretion, parts of the technical review and strategic look at the headwaters. You've started some of this work, or at least some conversations around it with EPCOR, yes?
Yes, Your Worship. We have actually started the work. Not a lot of done, but keeping in line with this motion. So we welcome the motion for sure.
So from a risk management and stewardship perspective on administrations, and prior to this motion coming forward, just to be clear. And so that's all to say, I think answering some of this will be easier given some of the work that administration's already undertaken.
Yeah, we've been moving in this direction already, so yes.
Okay, and I think that's just helpful because like many others, I'm sure we've had a lot of inquiry from the public around this. It's been a very topical issue. And so, being able to make some further public statements about it, and then also generate an evidence-based report to come back around some of these issues, I think will help raise the level of debate and inform the kinds of consultations with both the public and municipalities that we would expect in this sort of situation. Fair?
Yeah, very fair. And in my discussions with the CEO of EPCOR, we agree that this can be done and that it's an assessment that can be undertaken.
And there is a Headwaters group, I believe, that EPCOR is an active member in on our behalf. Is the city also directly a member in that, or is it indirectly through EPCOR?
I don't know. I don't know if anybody on the line knows the answer to that question.
I think there's somebody from EPCOR on the call. Mr. Bertram?
Hi, Mayor and Council, Jeff Bertram here with EPCOR. I'm also joined by Stephanie Neufeld. Stephanie is our watershed manager for the North Saskatchewan, so I'll ask Stephanie to take that question.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, there's been a City of Edmonton representative on the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, which is the Watershed Planning and Advisory Council for the North Saskatchewan. There's also the Regional Planning group, which does regional planning, and the city had a representative, as did EPCOR. We have our source water protection plan, which is done and sent out for review. We just finished our 2020 update. So that deals with all aspects of any sort of headwaters issues for the 28,000 square kilometers upstream of Edmonton, and that includes coal mining, agriculture, any sort of climate change impacts is all covered in our 160-page document. It's available on the web, and our new one is just being published. So yes, the city's on the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance. They are a voluntary governance. There's no authority other than to influence municipalities. There's also a technical advisory committee, and it's made up of all the upstream municipalities, and that's run through the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance as well, and that's council members from all the upstream municipalities, and EPCOR is a representative on there, and City of Edmonton is as well.
So that's the network that along with EPCOR's technical expertise, we'll be able to answer this in a watershed context, not just in a municipal context, but really as
yeah. And we've already done that. So we've completed it in our source water protection plan. So the technical aspects are done, as well as a lot of the governance aspects in terms of how to manage watersheds that you don't own or don't have authority over in a municipal context, and how to work with partners. So all the available partners, how to liaise with the government, all that is already in the source water protection plan and is really happening through regional planning processes.
Fantastic. Okay, well, that all to say we have the capacity to do this, and some of it's already underway. So that's really helpful background. Thank you. I'll take the chair back and then see if Councillor Henderson has specific wording.
I do. So I would suggest that we add, I got to get back to the original motion, to part two. And that a moratorium on further exploration, and ask for a moratorium to be put on further exploration until public consultation is completed and a replacement coal policy is in place.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor McKean. Okay. So to add those words to part two for some additional direction, is there debate on that? Questions, speaking? Not seeing anyone click on. Yeah, I think.
I already spoke to
okay.
it in suggesting we should look at it.
Understood. All right, please vote to add. that additional exploration reference to part 2.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. Councillor Paquette?
Yes, for me as well.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried. All right, so back to the main motion as augmented with that amendment. Further questions? Further debate? I will maybe just pass the chair back to Councillor Henderson again to just offer
Mr. Mayor,
comments. Yes?
Unable to click on.
Okay, I'll come to you in a sec. I'll just speak to it briefly and then make sure to get you next. So in less than 5 minutes, far less than 5 minutes, thank you to Councillor Paquette for bringing this forward. Thank you to Mr. Corbould and the folks at EPCOR for initiating background work on this many weeks ago as this issue became a greater concern for Edmontonians. I think it is fairly self-evident that water quality is an ecosystem level, watershed scale concern for any beneficiaries of a watershed, and a city as large as ours is tremendously dependent on what happens upstream to us. Now, it is a resilient system, and we have phenomenal water treatment infrastructure and water science at our disposal through EPCOR, a company that we're very proud of that actually does remediation work around these kinds of mining activities as well. And so I think there's actually a lot of layers of complexity to this issue. But there's also a huge degree of public concern about two things. One, uncertainty about the watershed's health into the future against particular kinds of mining that looked like they were going to accelerate. And then perhaps some of them have been paused, though there's still active exploration happening, which should probably be paused until this question gets a more thorough public vetting. Because I think that's the second issue that I think it's particularly important for this council as one of the big cities in Alberta to take a strong position of solidarity with the other municipalities, particularly those who are much closer to their watersheds and are, we will see when this technical review comes back, perhaps at greater risk than we would be. Nonetheless, the issue of municipal engagement on a policy question as important as what happens on the slopes of the Rockies, where all of our drinking water comes from ultimately everywhere in this province, municipalities need to be engaged in that. And I appreciate the government of Alberta has taken a pause on the direction it was going around coal to do some further engagement. And there was a significant miss. And mayors and councils across this province, particularly in the south where water issues are even more urgent, not to say that they're not urgent here, but water politics is an even bigger deal. It's a big deal here. It's an even bigger deal for a variety of reasons in southern Alberta. And so I think it's important for us to show solidarity with those concerns because, frankly, I would share them as a municipal leader. And I think that every one of us, since we're charged with clean drinking water for our publics, everywhere along each of these rivers needs to be included in these conversations so that if there is to be any sort of industrial or mining activity, the mitigations need to be crystal clear for everybody and the risks and trade-offs need to be understood. And as stewards of the watersheds and as stewards of the potable water, municipalities absolutely have to be included in that for any further efforts in this area to have any credibility with the public. And so I think it's appropriate for us to join the call that many other municipalities have put forward around this and add Edmonton's voice to expectations that municipalities be respectfully included in these kinds of major policy decisions that affect a life-giving issue with respect to water in this case. And also that we ask for the pause, as well as others have done, until all of those questions are settled to the public satisfaction and to municipalities as stewards of the watershed satisfaction. So I'll leave it there and take back the chair and go to Councillor McKean next.
Thank you. Excuse me. Our drinking water and protecting that is a sacred trust that we must engage in for the sake of our public. And so I commend Councillor Paquette for bringing this forward. It's the second bullet point that I find personally intriguing as someone who spent every summer for about 20 years down in the Crow's Nest Pass, and who knows how valued that part of the world is to, in particular, to fly anglers from all over North America. It is a jewel for tourism for our Alberta. It is a jewel in and of itself. Those mountain ranges and those beautiful rivers flowing out of those mountain ranges. And selenium doesn't just affect or potentially affect human health, but the aquatic species in all those rivers. And I was really angry when I heard about these plans, because I don't think they were they weren't signaled ahead of time to people. But I commend the people of Southern Alberta and one or two country and Western stars who stood up and stood up for the people and that part of the world. It's such a majestic, gorgeous part of Alberta. And as an Albertan, I was really upset. So the idea that we're passing this motion and joining in that effort to let the provincial government know that Albertans have real issues here and would want this detailed very carefully before we would make moves that would harm that gorgeous part of the world. So I support this completely and happily. Thank you.
Thank you. Others?
Yeah, just really quick.
I can't see the speakers list.
Yeah,
Can you all see the speakers list?
Yeah.
Who's next?
I am the speakers list.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
This came up at Utility Committee, and I think what we recognize there is we're in a somewhat unusual position in that the ability to weigh in on this and understand it is somewhat split between us and EPCOR, which is not a similar situation elsewhere. So we asked the question of EPCOR, and I think they were quite interested in following up to make sure between the city and EPCOR we didn't accidentally miss this piece. So they were quite keen to work on that, and I think that's one of the really strong pieces of this motion is it puts us together, because I think this is something we will have to do hand in hand with EPCOR. So the fact that the motion recognizes that, I think, is a really important piece of the puzzle in the Edmonton context, and I'm really glad to see it there.
Thank you. Others, before I go to Councillor Paquette to close? Not seeing any. Go ahead, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everyone who spoke. I really hope this gets council support. I think that the public has been extremely clear that this is something that we want to see happen. Just on a personal note, I think it's really nice to see that we're able to be responsive. You know, on a municipal level, we really try to govern by facts and evidence, and really listen to the people and follow their will. And that's really, at the end of the day, I think that is a city council's ideology, serve the people over anything else. And I think that's what we do here, and proud to do it. And I'm proud of the public for standing up and saying, look, this is what we want. This is what is important to us. And we understand the reasons why. We understand the science. But more so, we understand our responsibility to future generations. Everything that we have and enjoy, we, for the most part, did not build these systems. We inherited them for the cracks and the strengths. And we have
those who came before us to thank for that and the work they put in. And our children, their children, and so on are going to be inheriting the work that we do. And part of that work is going to be protecting this fragile ecosystem that we depend on for life, that we depend on for a sustainable economy. And so if this is, this issue itself is important enough to stand on its own. But if it is a bellwether or a marker that the public is very, very keenly interested in fact-based governance and fact-based policy, then I feel like we are in good hands with our communities. And I'm not going to speak so much to policy because I think that the Mayor covered that really well. I will speak to everyone in our organization who works so hard to ensure the safety and well-being of Edmontonians, to ensure that folks can put food on their table, get where they want to go, and they don't have to think about these things because we take care of them, because we feel that responsibility so keenly. And with that, and in praise of good governance, I hope you'll support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Zach?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
I am also a yes.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. Unanimous. Carried. Is that all the public business? There we go. Okay. Well, let's, I'll need a motion to go in private, subject to section 24 and 25.
So
Advice from
moved.
officials and disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of public body for 9.2. On 9.3, 24, as previously noted. On 9.4, it would also be section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations, and 24, advice from officials. And for item 9.5, it would be, which,
So for
provisions?
9.5, there's a couple of different ones right now. If you wouldn't mind using 29 for the attachment, and for the main report, we'll use 24.
So 29, information that will be available within 60 days, and for 24 is also advice from officials to get there in the first place. So, subject to all of those
That's what I moved.
provisions, Councillor Henderson has moved that we go in private. Seconder? Second. Thank you, Council. I got Councillor Cartmel in the room here, so please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
I'm also a yes.
Yes.
I am also a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We're just waiting for two more. Councillor Banga? Councillor Banga? Councillor Banga, are you still with us? I'm going to say he's not with us anymore, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, display the vote, please, among the 12. And that's carried. All right, why don't we
Chair, just before when you guys do go back in public, we do have a notice of motion to change orders for community.
Great. So in order, 9.2 is the collective bargaining update verbal report and keep in private receive for information, keep in private subject to section 24 and 25. So I want to move that.
So moved.
I'll move that.
I got Councillor Cartmel first in the room here. I think Councillor Essinger was a seconder, so that'll work. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Nichol. Councillor Zadek?
Yes.
Thank you. It's Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. That's carried unanimously. The city manager update verbal report and keep in private subject to section 24.
So moved.
I think I got Councillor Banga first. Do you want to be the second, Councillor McKean?
Whatever works, sir.
Okay. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek. Councillor Katarina?
I was just hoping you were going to say no.
Councillor Nichol?
Not if I can't be the mover.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. That's carried. Next is 9.4, which has a sort of a longer four-part motion referencing, creating and referencing attachment 1 and some direction. The clerks have that wording that can be put up on the screen as we showed you in the discussion portion.
Yeah, I'm happy to move that.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll second that. Please vote. Let's keep
Yes, Madam Clerk.
subject to section
Yes.
24.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina.
21.
Councillor Nichol?
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek. We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried. And have you got wording for?
I do for the item 9.5, so if we could keep the report in private, subject to section 17 and 24, but the attachment 1, if that can remain in private, subject to section 29, because it will be public shortly.
Okay. Councillor Walters, would you be so kind as to move that?
I would be.
Thank you.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Cartmel. And that is the attachment 1 there as amended based on the discussion. So with that caveat, please vote.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. We've got all 3 verbal votes, and we're good to go.
Display the vote, please. Carried unanimously. Great. Next is, there is one motion without customary notice to make some schedule changes. Could I get someone to move to allow somebody else to make some schedule changes?
Sure, if I knew what they were, I will move that Councillor Cartmel is allowed to make schedule changes. Uncustomarily.
It's just related to the committee meetings on Thursday. I think start times, close times.
Yep.
So need to be adjusted.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor McKean. Okay, please vote to waive notice requirements.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Thank you. Noted.
Yes.
Thank you. All 3 noted.
Put me down as a yes. I
We're
closed
good
my
to go,
window
Mr. Mayor.
prematurely. Display the vote then.
And I just put the motion in the Google chat for the for councillors.
Do you want to read it out?
I would love to read it out. That the orders of the day for the February 25th, 2021 Community and Public Services Committee non-regular meeting be changed so that the orders of the day, so that they change to convene at 2:15 p.m. instead of 1:30. There's just a minor scheduling issue.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Banga. All right, to make that schedule change, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek. Councillor Nickel?
Said yes.
Thank you. You have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Well, that's carried. Are there any notices of motion today? Seeing none, then the work of this council, at least for today, is complete.